Chapter 375. Judgment Demon stayed in his small tent. The appearance of this tent didn't match his identity as a big merchant. However, the interior of the tent was a different world. Due to the permanent Grand House spell, the interior space and decorations of the tent could even make the palaces of many mortal kingdoms pale in comparison. Needless to say, it also had some magical barriers that could be activated to protect the residents at any time. This tent originally belonged to one of Judgment Demon's clients, who was a powerful spellcaster. However, in the end, this tent and that person's soul were all in Judgment Demon's pocket. But so what? After all, a trade was a trade, and Yugoloth merchants never cared about favors with their customers. At most, they would thank these selfless customers in their hearts. And now, Judgment Demon was busy harvesting more. Unlike other Yugoloth merchants, Judgment Demon didn't like to use spells when soliciting customers. Even though his spellcasting skills were quite high, in his opinion, using spells would be more convenient, but it would increase the cost, and the method would be a bit crude. He preferred to use more traditional methods, such as finding people to promote him and using word-of-mouth marketing. In Boomtown, there was a professional team of earth thrusters who were currently serving the Judgment Demon. Squeak, squeak, that McQuay's bargain shop is here again. Those salespeople are so good-looking. Squeak, squeak, a fine steel longsword only costs 2 dragon scale fragments, and there's a discount if you buy it in bulk. I have to find someone to buy a few more. Squeak, squeak, an old customer bringing a new customer. Both of them can enjoy the discount. In the stalagmite forest, many shifty-looking people were running around on the narrow wooden plank road that was soaked in black oil. These people belonged to a large local bandit group. There were only 2 or 3 similar groups in Boomtown. Their name was the Mad Rat Bandit Group. To be able to survive on the front line of the bloody battle, even if they were just bystanders, this bandit group did have some skills. Compared to other groups, the Mad Rat Bandit Group wasn't the fiercest or the strongest, but they were very united. Of course, this was not because the members of the bandit group were very loyal. In fact, they had no choice. All of the members of the Mad Rat Bandits were rat shifters, or rather, ordinary mortals who were afflicted with rat shifters. The one who infected them with the Beast Transformation Syndrome was none other than the leader of the bandit group, the Great Bandit Mad Rat. Either actively or passively, these people had all been bitten by the Mad Rats. At the same time that they gained the power of a were-beast, they lost their independent will and could only obediently obey the commands of the Mad Rats. As for the Mad Rat himself, he had long been firmly controlled in the palm of the Judgment Demon's hand using calamity coins and spells. Therefore, the members of this bandit group were now desperately promoting Micah's discount shop. Even if it was a rat crossing the street, it would definitely attract some people's attention when everyone was shouting at it. Thanks to the cries of the Mad Rat Bandits, many people in Prosperity Town learned of the arrival of McQuay's caravan and hurried to the market. That Mad Rat fellow is quite capable. I can consider not turning him into a soul prism for the time being. Through the crystal ball on the table, the Judgment Demon looked at the crowd gathering outside the tent and thought to himself, although the Mad Rat's combat power was average, he was quite good at pulling people together. The Judgment Demon was wondering if he should take him into his caravan. It just so happened that he was lacking a talent in promoting. Let's finish this wave of leaks first. If the profits are good, I'll pull him in. The Judgment Demon made up his mind. As more and more mortals gathered around Micah's discount shop, a large open-air stall, the noise suddenly became louder. The Judgment Demon, who always liked silence, felt a little impatient, so he activated the soundproof barrier in the tent. The world instantly became much quieter. As for whether there would be chaos outside, the judgment demon wasn't worried at all. Other than those old ghost nannies who were salespeople, the caravan also had 5.5 purgatory giants as bodyguards. Not to mention that Prosperity Town was just a settlement of bumpkins. Even in some small Bader camps, the power of 5.5 purgatory giants was enough to intimidate a group of thieves and ensure that no one dared to cause trouble, unless it was a powerful faction with a strong background. I remember the smell on your body. An enormous ogre squeezed through the crowd and twitched his nose. He pointed at the elven girl who was the leader of the ghost nannies and loudly reprimanded, "You scammers who sell fake goods, I want a refund." Originally, even when she heard the accusation of scammers who sell fake goods, the ghost nanny still maintained a formal smile on her face. But when she heard the word refund, the smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a frosty expression. She snorted coldly and sneered, "You stupid ogre, where do you think this is? There's no such thing as you." With a whoosh, the ogre swung the greatsword in his hand and viciously slashed at the ghost nanny's neck. Red and white matter splashed everywhere. The ghost nanny didn't even have a chance to resist before her head was crushed by the greatsword. You still say it's not a fake, after the sharpening spell disappears. This sword is simply a blunt sword. Otherwise, your head wouldn't have exploded. The ogre roared loudly. However, this brutal physical persuasion made many people around him deeply agree. Mad Rat, who originally wanted to step forward and get rid of this evil guest so that he could show his face in front of his employer, could not help but hurriedly take a few steps back when he saw this scene. In the lower realm, strength represented the truth. Of course, not everyone was as obedient as Mad Rat. At least the 5.5 purgatory giants, who were bodyguards of the caravan, could not turn a blind eye to this. The death of the leader of the sales team was due to their negligence. If they could not capture the murderer, they would suffer the wrath of the Yugoloth Records judge. The half-purgatory giants, who were originally standing around the market like pillars, immediately ran toward the ogre, who killed the ghost nanny with their maces in their hands. As they ran, they cursed the ogre loudly in the purgatory language mixed with the giant's dialect. On the other hand, the ogre seemed to be a little relaxed at this moment. He casually threw the blunt sword in his hand to the ground and stroked the runes on his belt. A chain of ebony thorns shining with a metallic luster appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then this ridiculously strong ogre suddenly roared and actually began to launch a fierce counterattack against the few half-purgatory giants who were surrounding him. Chapter 376. This guy is so strong that he doesn't look like an ogre. Facing Nalu's head-on attack, the half-purgatory giant raised the iron staff in his hand and was shocked. Before he could call his companions to surround and kill the ogre, the half-purgatory giant felt a burning pain on his back. Although he had blocked the giant ebony staff, he had neglected the living thorny chains. Several thorny chains whipped his back fiercely. Red blood gushed out and instantly dyed his back red. If it weren't for his thick skin, the half-purgatory giant would have lost most of his combat power. On the other hand, the ogre seemed to be a little dispirited at this time. He even held the ebony thorns in one hand and pressed his opponent to the point that he couldn't move and almost knelt down. "You're big." Nalu curled his lips. "But why is your strength so weak? Didn't you eat enough?" After saying this, the ogre didn't say much. He directly raised his remaining arm and punched his opponent's face. With a muffled bang, the half-purgatory giant's nose collapsed in an instant. Blood and broken teeth splattered everywhere. Without any mishap, the hybrid giant fell to the ground and fainted immediately. Seeing this scene, the other half-purgatory giants who wanted to surround and kill immediately stopped. After looking at each other, they immediately gathered together and formed a circular formation. While trying to keep a safe distance from the ogre, they launched probing attacks at the opponent like a viper, intending to use this method to distract the enemy's attention. Compared with other giants, the half-purgatory giants were not the smartest, but they were cunning enough to at least know how to judge the situation. The ogre in front of them was obviously not easy to deal with. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of their companions. As long as they delayed the ogre for a while and waited for the boss of the caravan to receive the news, the judgment demons would naturally have spells to defeat the ogre. At that time, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted with this damned ogre? Sure enough, it didn't take long for defensive spells to appear on the open-air stall of Micah's bargain shop. After ensuring that the goods would not be damaged, the Yugros merchant, Micah, walked out of his tent slowly. Who is so bold as to cause trouble at my stall? The judgment fiend with the head of a jackal said viciously. His eyes were glowing green, and his scarlet tongue was sticking out of his mouth. Everyone in the caravan knew that this was a sign that their boss was angry. Just as the judgment fiend was about to give the ogre a command intimidation, a series of clattering noises suddenly rang out. A stall was kicked over by someone. The judgment demon turned to look at the new troublemaker and realized that the other party was an elf subspecies. You want to return the goods too? Yugros asked coldly. Or, I'm just here to inform you. The visitor was none other than the desert elf Brock. He calmly took out a piece of parchment from his bosom and read aloud, I hereby inform the owner of Micah's bargain shop, a certain Yugros judgment fiend, due to destroying the environment of Boomtown, disrupting business order, creating ear-piercing noises, failing to pay business taxes, and intending to endanger the safety of Bateau's camp in the Acid Fog Canyon, you and your caravan will be temporarily detained. On top of confiscating all illegal income, you will also have to pay the overdue business taxes and a fine that will satisfy the mayor. Following Brock's words, more and more bone demon guards appeared in the open-air market. They violently pushed aside the country bumpkins in front of them and walked closer to the stall, slowly surrounding the judgment fiend and his caravan. Intimidation. The spell that was supposed to be used on the ogre was changed to a different target by the judgment fiend and was directed at the desert elves. If he still did not understand that he was being schemed against, then he would really be letting down his high intelligence. Although the judgment fiend's spellcasting ability was not weak, he was not the kind of Yugros that was especially good at fighting. Therefore, when he encountered danger, he instinctively followed his heart and wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, his mind was still clear and knew that he had to let some people cover his retreat. Group Cat's Grace, Group Encouragement, Group Malice Transformation. The targets of the first two spells were the few half-purgatory giants. Because of the influence of the spells, the muscles of these guys, which were originally very strong, were now bulging. The Judgment Fiend's third spell was cast on the old ghost nannies that were sold by the caravan. After they were hit by the spell, not to mention their original forms, they were all like plasticine that was needed by naughty children. Many arms, mouths, and eyeballs appeared on their bodies. Go find those fellows, pour out your anger, let them feel your pain. This was the Judgment Fiend's innate spell, bewitching words. The members of the caravan that were affected instantly turned into irrational beasts. After doing this, the Yugros merchant gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He decided to give up on the goods on the stall. Anyway, most of them were fake goods, and the cost was not high. However, he was unwilling to give up the tent with the luxury house spell because this magical item was really expensive. Moreover, there were many of the Judgment Fiend's belongings inside. Damn it, I can only use the emergency collection spell. I don't know if it will cause damage to the things inside. However, before he could chant the spell, the tent suddenly shrunk automatically and transformed into a package. A creature wrapped in gears and clockwork picked up the package and shrugged at the Judgment Fiend. "It's better for you to let me use this 10 of yours." The Judgment Fiend was furious, but the situation was stronger than him. He decisively chose to retreat, but just as he was about to use the directional teleportation spell. Spell enhancement, dimensional anchor, command, silence. Snyder's 2 spells hit the target one after the other. For a moment, because he temporarily lost the ability to cast spells, the Judgment Fiend became extremely frightened. "You idiots, come and save me," he ordered the half-purgatory giants through the slave collar. However, something even more frightening happened. Seeing that the opponent wanted to retreat, the ogre Neru, who was fighting with the half-purgatory giants, roared angrily and suddenly burst out with all his strength. The brawny ogre rushed forward and broke the opponent's formation with a bump with his shoulder. The half-purgatory giant, who was facing the collision, did not even have time to call for help before his chest collapsed, and he collapsed to the ground. After that, Lu Sun quickly lowered his center of gravity and threw another enemy to the ground with a shoulder throw. With a crisp sound indicating that the skull was broken, the opponent's helmet rolled to the ground. In a flash, 2 of his companions were knocked down in succession, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This shocked the remaining 2.5 purgatory giants, and the flaws in their movements increased by a few points. The ogre, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, would not give his opponent a chance to breathe. He carried the ebony chain and hit them head-on. In the end, the remaining 2.5 purgatory giants followed in the footsteps of their companions and fell to the ground in a mess. The Judgment Fiend, who had a clear understanding of his small body, swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound. Then he felt a chill on his neck. The desert elf Brock had already put his scimitar on his neck. Don't do it," the Judgment Fiend, who had a talent for judging the situation, quickly begged for mercy. "Which part of the Bader Expeditionary Army are you? I still have some old acquaintances in the 9 prisons of Bader. Can we talk?" Brock snorted coldly. "I'm the security officer of the Boomtown's urban management team." However, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "You don't say. You really do have an old acquaintance." Chapter 377. As expected of the model merchants of the lower realm, Quest received the account book from the Judgment Fiend. After flipping through it for a while, he lamented, "That's right. The way to accumulate wealth is to kill those who are familiar with it." Indeed, not only was this thinking incompatible with the creatures of the upper realm, even some dimensional merchants who had always maintained a neutral stance did not agree with this business model of draining the pond to catch all the fish. But this was the lower realm after all, a place where evil demons wreaked havoc. The young blue dragon decided to respect the rules here. But in Boomtown, other than his companions, Keyes was only familiar with Judgment Demon. In the end, through Judgment Demon's own experience, the young blue dragon obtained quite a lot of wealth from Judgment Demon. Hundreds of thousands of soul prisms, 73 unique books, a fully functional adversity boat, more than 300 unequal contracts signed with other creatures, more than 2 million standard units of calamity coins, more than 100 magical items, and all sorts of fake formulas. Judgment Demon, a purebred Yugoloth demon used as a living experiment for the Demolic, had also lost himself. Among the many gains, what Keyes was most delighted about was another incomplete copy of the 9-Sword catalog. Before the airdrop battle, he had already bought a copy from Judgment Demon. With the addition of this copy, he had basically gathered all of the other 9-Sword battle techniques, except for some secret techniques that were not passed on to others. As long as he practiced diligently, it was only a matter of time before he became a grandmaster of 9 swords. Furthermore, the wealth he had gathered from the Yugoloth merchants had also allowed the newly established Boomtown to complete its primitive accumulation. With money in his pocket, there was no need to panic. The progress of Keyes's plan had also sped up because of this. With the Seoul prisms paving the way, the construction of the city's infrastructure in the lower realm was practically a success. A weapons workshop, equipped with fire dwarf craftsmen, and 80 square meters of Bartholomew to smelt iron. 2,000 Huisheng Seoul prisms. A biological modification workshop, equipped with a low-level tower genie and basic inferno creature template. 1,000 Huisheng Seoul prisms. A public execution square. Do you really not need a private execution room? All right, 50 Huisheng Seoul prisms. 1 strategic teleportation gate, 1 set of accurate coordinates for most of the lower planes, and 4,000 Huisheng Seoul prisms. 64 Hellscream cannons, plus a cannon processing factory, and raw materials, plus 3,000 Seoul prisms. Many craftsmen of Bardo would come here to promote their craftsmanship. When they heard that the Lord of Boomtown was a fool with a lot of money, even if they had to pay for the teleportation fees out of their own pockets. Most of the time, as long as the price wasn't too high, the young blue dragon would accept everything. In the matter of spending money for Boomtown, Keyes experienced what it meant to one man prospers a nation. He silently thanked the Judgment Demon. Of course, apart from the construction of infrastructure, maintaining the population of Boomtown was also an important part of Keyes's plan. Because he had experience in commanding mercenaries from other planes, the young blue dragon knew that the average ability of these fellows who had been tricked by the devils to the front lines of the blood war wasn't too low. In fact, there were quite a few of them who were famous in their own race's villains. At the very least, they were definitely qualified to be cannon fodder. In Keyes's view, the lives of these people being wasted in the servant army was definitely a great waste of resources. To solve the problem of non-combat casualties, there were 2 main ways to do it. First, reduce the number of people who died to Keyes's Penishade when they served the Megalosaurus. The most fundamental method was to limit the number of times the Megalosaurus could summon them. Unfortunately, with Keyes's current status, he had no way of restricting the Megalosaurus. Second, provide these fellows with more resources and supplies. At the very least, let them have enough to eat. They wouldn't have to fight each other every day to fill their stomachs, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Comparatively speaking, the latter was more feasible, and Keyes had already come up with a corresponding solution. Gree, who the ogre gourmet had previously recruited, had used his demon stomach to identify many abyssal ingredients and developed some dishes that could be eaten by ordinary mortals. However, because Gree lacked the necessary resources, it was difficult to popularize his inventions on a large scale. For Keyes, however, these constraints were no longer a problem, especially now that he had the Judgment Demon's contributions. Within a few days, the young blue dragon had built and put to use the first meat-acid mistworm farm in Boomtown. Those who dared to disturb the order of Boomtown, such as the mad rats who had been bribed by the Judgment Demon, were treated by Keyes as free labor under the supervision of the Bone Demon Guards. They had been excavating soil from the ground of the stalagmite forest to build the farm. If anyone dared to resist, the public execution square, which cost the young blue dragon 50 soul prisms, would be put to good use. The Batsu Devil who had been guarding Boomtown all expressed their willingness to serve as executioners. After all, that was the favorite entertainment of the demons. Perhaps inspired by the expeditionary camp of Bator, or perhaps out of fear of the mysterious dwarf god, Keyes ordered a large-scale construction after building many public infrastructure. He began to build a defensive wall around Boomtown. As for the labor required, it was still borne by the servant army. Because there was enough food, these people's bodies had recovered significantly, and this was a good way to exhaust their excess energy. Through Keyes' efforts, the appearance of Boomtown had undergone tremendous changes in just half a month. Moreover, although some people with weaker physiques died, Every day, due to the environment of the bottomless abyss, Bader's logistics department would fill in new people every few days to ensure the number of servants in the army. Under the premise that there was more food, the survival rate of the newcomers was significantly higher than before. After completing the construction of the city wall, Keyes conducted a population count. The results showed that the total population of Boomtown had doubled compared to when he had first applied for the establishment of Boomtown. Because Boomtown had a formal authorization issued by the Batsa bureaucracy, the rapid development of the city made Keyes, as its lord, feel that there was a great power that had begun to take care of him. At one point in time, Quess had even considered using his wealth to purchase some female creatures from other planes to eliminate the gender imbalance in Boomtown and turn it into a city in the truest sense of the word. Presumably, after doing so, he would receive a greater increase in power. However, this thought only existed in his mind for a moment. This was the front line of the blood war. Although there did not seem to be any danger now, the real test would come at any time. One bird in the hand was better than two in the bush. His plans had to be based on the present. After all, only by living could there be a future. Chapter 378. Daramar flew high in the sky. His emerald green scales gave him an additional layer of camouflage in the green acid fog clouds. Usually, when he did not have any combat missions, he preferred to stay in his temporary nest and take a comfortable nap. But now he was not in the mood at all. Daramar wanted to find a thicker cloud of acid fog so that he could hide himself better, because at this moment he was full of shame. "I'm so stupid, really," Daramar howled in the depths of his heart. "Why did I dance such a stupid dance in public?" As an adult green dragon, he had always been grateful for his mature and steady personality, regardless of whether it was during his difficult childhood or his reckless youth. Daramar had always protected himself well. Even in the face of delicious elves, he could rationally stop after tasting them. At most, he would hunt once or twice a year. Because he knew that he was not strong enough, he could not take the initiative to court death. He persisted in following his heart for more than 200 years until he became the true overlord of the forest. He had countless subordinates, and the surrounding forest elf tribes allowed him to take their people as he wished. They did not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Daramar could be said to have used his own experience as a dragon to prove a wise saying, "If you live to the end, you will have everything." Originally, he could have been a tyrant in that forest for a long time until he was tired of life or wanted to go out to find a mate. But the evil Dragon Council's recruitment letter broke Daramar's peaceful life out of his worship for the Dragon Queen. From a certain perspective, among Tiamat's many children, the green dragons were the most obedient, and out of his respect for the evil Dragon Council, Daramar responded to the call in time and took the initiative to go to the lower dimensions. To be honest, with his strength as an adult green dragon, it was not very dangerous for him to follow the Megalosaurus army's main force in the Acid Fog Canyon plain, fight battles that were favorable to him, and bully the Thanner, re-demons who were retreating in defeat. In addition, Bader's logistics department provided sufficient servants for the Megalosaurus army. Daramar even felt that his quality of life had not decreased, but had improved, until he met her. Daramar could not forget that fiery red figure for a long time. Many times he tossed and turned in his sleep, thinking about her. A young female red dragon, a beautiful female red dragon. She had strong muscles, a slender tail, sharp claws, and ruby-like scales that shone brightly. Daramar did not consider himself a superficial dragon. Apart from her beautiful appearance, the young female red dragon's charm was even more important. After all, she was a direct descendant of the third generation of the Pentashade Dragon Queen. Even the commander of the Megalosaurus Legion had to lower his head in respect at the mere mention of her name, Kryphia, if he could gain the favor of this red dragon princess, Dalamar would definitely be able to advance Koph, obtain an enviable love. Every time he thought of this, Dharma felt his dragon blood boil. In order to realize his dream of being a dragon, Dalamar was promoted to the first echelon of the Megalosaurus army through a long period of courageous battle. Now that he had the chance to observe Kryphia up close, Dalamar naturally displayed himself even more. Today, after careful preparations, he had finally mustered the courage to wait at the entrance of Kryphia's lair. Enduring the discomfort brought about by the volcanic environment, Dalamar finally waited for the red dragon princess who had just finished her battle and returned to the dragon lair. Following the guidance of the dragon knowledge inheritance, this adult green dragon performed a dazzling dance and initiated a courtship ritual. Sometimes he would flip up and down, making a catch the moon in the 9 heavens, catch turtles in the 5 seas gesture to show his strong body. Sometimes he would twist his head and waggle his tail, making an eagle-eyed expression to show that his mind was sharp, just as he was about to do a handstand to show that he was capable of producing offspring. Kryphia, who had been enduring for a long time, finally exploded. First, she made a face covered in dragon flames, followed by a series of punches and kicks. Every punch landed on flesh, and every claw drew blood. The green dragon's miserable cries even alarmed the higher-ups of the Megalosaurus Legion. However, after they rushed over and learned of the reason, they all revealed an expression that said, "Serves you right." Then they sat on a nearby mountain and watched the entertainment with great interest. From time to time, they would even give Kryphia some advice. Hit the Achilles tendon of his wings. If his tendon is hit, he won't be able to fly away and escape. Nose, hit the green dragon's nose. Their noses are the most fragile. Kick more accurately. That guy is thin and small. It's indeed not easy to hit him. As for whether Dalamar resisted, a 3rd-generation god, adult red dragon, attacking a grass-rooted adult green dragon at close range. What kind of result would there be after the one-sided beating? If not for the fact that Kryphia still cared about the fact that they were fellow members of the Megalosaurus Legion, a fresh dragon corpse would have long been produced. Perhaps because she was annoyed by the gossips of the surrounding onlookers, Kryphia abandoned Dalamar and turned to look for other unlucky Megalosaurus to stretch her body. Like a green dragon that had been pardoned, she hurriedly fled in a panic. After this battle, although only Dalamar himself thought so, although the green dragon had recovered his health on that day by relying on healing spells, his reputation had been thrown into the depths of the bottomless abyss. Even if he was hiding in his nest, he seemed to be able to feel the disdainful gazes of his own kind nearby. Unable to bear it any longer, Dalamar felt that he needed to vent. Otherwise, if this continued, he was afraid that he would suffer from internal injuries. Whether it was the 5-colored Megalosaurus or the metal dragons, the best way for them to vent was to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be able to defeat them. In other words, they had to find a soft persimmon to pinch. However, in the acid fog canyon plain, there were not many targets that he could choose to vent on. The Megalosaurus that could be recruited were actually not much different in strength from Dalamar. Dalamar definitely could not afford to provoke the Bator Expeditionary Legion. If he went alone to find the lone demon Thanner, with his luck today, he might accidentally encounter the Demon Legion. Then, the only remaining choice was the Servant Legion. They were a group of weak mortals. That's right. What happened to me today was their negligence. Dalamar flew high into the sky and breathed in the comfortable acidic gas. He felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. It must be that they were not attentive enough when cleaning the scales, so the emerald green scales on my body were not shiny enough. Or maybe there was some dirt left when cleaning the gaps between my nails, which caused Krithia, suddenly thinking of Krithia and his own tragic experience, Daramar could not help but shudder. Thus, he decided to hurry to the Servant Legion's camp and wreak havoc to his heart's content in order to heal his psychological trauma. Unfortunately, he did not know what the almanac was. He also did not know that today was not a good day for him. P.S. The following content will not be charged. Thank you to Shoutang246 for your constant support, and thank Light Like Rain Winding Mountain for the tip of 1,000 Chijin coins this morning. Everyone is welcome to leave more comments. I will try my best to reply as long as I have time. The new author likes to exchange ideas with everyone. Chapter 379. In the Acid Fog Canyon Plain, it was not wise to choose to travel on the ground. There were too many steep rocks, swamps filled with strong acid, loose ground, and Thanner demons that could appear at any time. All these obstacles coveted the lives of passers-by. With wings, one could fly freely in the sky. It would undoubtedly be much safer, and it would be much more convenient to travel. After leaving the Megalosaurus camp, Daramar only needed to dive into the acid cloud high in the sky, and with another dive, he was close to his destination. However, when this green dragon looked down at the camp of the Servant Army, he immediately fell into deep suspicion. Did he remember the wrong place? In his memory, the Servant Army camp was located in a forest of stalagmites. Other than the large shacks that the lowly mortals had built for themselves, there should not be a single blade of grass growing there. However, the first thing that Daramar saw was not the protruding stalagmites, but a dense forest, although most of the trees had withered and were neatly arranged side by side. When the green dragon looked more carefully, he could see that there were still many trees that were not withered in many corners. They were stubbornly growing in the acid fog, like generals monitoring the silent troops. The pale green sunlight could not penetrate this forest. The dense acid fog and the overgrown branches surrounded the trees, blocking the light. The trees themselves looked twisted and deformed. Their claws were like beast claws that had dug into the ground. There was no breeze blowing their withered leaves, but what was chilling was that something seemed to be moving in the forest. You lowly bastards! The mad rat with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse did not look like a rat-man beast at this moment. Instead, he looked more like an angry tiger. He led his subordinates and walked on both sides of a team of gray-maned centaurs, constantly urging them to speed up. I'm just dragging a few branches, and you're already dawdling like this. What a bunch of good-looking but useless fools. Compared to half a month ago when he was squatting in the labor camp, the mad rat's crazed appearance was like a completely different person. He had some ability after all, and it was just as the saying went, if you are gold, you will shine one day. Previously, he was still under the supervision of the Bone Demon Guards and could lose his life at any time. However, with his ability to curry favor and limited management skills, Mad Rat had become a small leader in the labor camp in less than half a month. He was responsible for the management of the newcomers. Because he only knew how to cherish something after losing it, the Mad Rat was now working even harder. To the new laborers, this war-beast was more like a devil than the purebred Batsu. A few days ago, the Mad Rat brought a group of evil rangers and fallen druids to cultivate the economic trees distributed by the mayor outside of town. The Mad Rat was in a hurry, so he kept urging the fallen druids to use spells to promote the growth of the trees. The trees had been contaminated by the power of the abyss. Not only had some of them turned into evil treants, but they had also inexplicably given birth to some abyssal vine monsters. This had led to the situation where the Mad Rats were unable to deal with it, and more than half of them had died. However, because the economic trees were planted according to the requirements, and the number of trees was even more than what was required, the Mad Rat was not punished. Instead, he was rewarded. The mission given by the higher-ups today was to let the mad rat lead the gray-maned centaurs to gather enough wood outside of Boomtown and haul it all back to the newly built military factory in town to store raw materials for the production of war machines. In order to continue showing off his ability to the bone demons, the mad rat had already urged the centaurs to haul the wood back and forth more than a dozen times. It was already twice the amount of wood required. However, he felt that it was still not enough. According to the observation of his subordinates, the warehouse was only about a third full. The mad rat believed that he had to make the gray-maned centaurs haul at least 5 or 6 more times to complete the mission. As for whether the gray-maned centaurs would die from exhaustion, what did that have to do with the mad rat's mission? Of course, it was not that the oppressed gray-maned centaurs did not think of resisting. However, their leader, who was the strongest among them, had already challenged the mad rat. In the end, the leader's throat was torn apart by the crazy and cruel war-beast. The situation was stronger than the person, and the weak could only choose to obey. These fellows are probably at their limit today. Although he was still cursing, the mad rat's brain was calmly analyzing and preparing for tomorrow's rainy day. But there is still a lot of wood outside the town. If the mayor gives me a similar mission tomorrow, I have to think of a way to find stronger fellows to work with. The Taurans are stronger and have more stamina. However, I don't think I can defeat their leader. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of horror welled up in his heart, interrupting the mad rat's thoughts. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling, especially when he saw the huge shadow on the ground. After all, the mad rat and the others were originally a servant army. Moreover, they had served the 5-colored megalosaurus before. What followed was a familiar greeting. Insignificant mortals! Landing in the forest, Daramar felt an inexplicable sense of freedom, even though most of the trees had withered. Not long ago, the green dragon had clearly observed the situation in the forest and even glanced at the newly risen town from afar. Because they were in the forest, the green dragon was able to obtain an extremely high concealment bonus. Daramar silently arrived in front of the wooden transport team, and then suddenly revealed himself. "How dare you? How dare you plunder this forest without permission?" Although he had some questions to ask this group of mortals, he still arrogantly used the Megalosaurus's usual method of questioning. "Don't you know? The forest on this land belongs to me, the great green death, Daramar. Taking without permission is considered stealing. Who ordered you to do such a foolish thing? Hurry up and confess." The drooping dragon's head was close to the mad rat's cheek, and the Megalosaurus's sour breath had begun to make his respiratory tract feel a burning pain. The leader of the laborers, who was still arrogantly scolding his subordinates, immediately put on a flattering face. "Powerful master of the Megalosaurus, we are all poor lumberjacks in Prosperity Town. We have no guts to offend the great Megalosaurus." As he spoke, the mad rat used his tail to whip the wrist of a subordinate who was holding a knife and asked him to quickly put down the knife. "We are all acting under the orders of the new mayor. Otherwise, even if you lend us 10, no, 100 guts, we would not dare to cut down this forest that belongs to you." "Oh, what kind of devil is that mayor?" Daramar turned his head and looked in the direction of Prosperity Town in the distance, pretending to ask casually. The mad rat was not qualified to know Keys's identity. He could only brace himself and give his own answer. "Sir, our town. No, the mayor of Prosperity Town has the appearance of a human. However, some people speculate that he is a tiefling born of a powerful devil and immortal because he has a team of Batsagards." After receiving the answer that the mayor has the appearance of a human, Daramar did not listen to the rest of the mad rat's words. Where was this place? This was the front lines of the blood war. Every Batsa devil here wished they could arm themselves to the teeth. Not a single one of them would choose to take on a human appearance that would affect their strength. Besides, according to the records in the Dragon Knowledge Inheritance, the devils who loved to take on human appearances were all famous Batsa devils. Why would one of them be assigned to manage a slave army's camp? That was why Daramar was certain that this so-called mayor of Prosperity Town was probably the illegitimate child of a tiefling born of a devil and a mortal in Batsa's logistics department. As he thought of this, the green dragon's heart suddenly began to heat up. P.S. The following content will not be charged. Thanks to Neil BD for the tip of 2,000 coins. Chapter 380. Fanatical emotions kept surging in Daramar's mind, like the bubbles that overflowed after a beer bottle was opened. Not long ago, the humiliation of failing in courtship was unforgettable. After reflecting on the painful experience, he finally understood the gap between himself and Kryphia. Kryphia was a red dragon, God's third generation, while he was just an adult green dragon with no background. If he wanted to win the heart of a beauty, he had to find another way. Through the inheritance of dragon-type knowledge in his memories, Dharma discovered that the ancestors of the dragons who had turned the tides and finally won the dragon's heart had mostly used the same effective method. Giving gifts, giving many, many gifts. It was a pity that the plain Daramar was in was not rich, and the forest he ruled was relatively barren, other than the empty appearance of the gold, or that could only be used to make calamity coins. Daramar usually only used them to decorate his nest. He had nothing else to give. Red dragons mostly liked items that could show their authority. Many adult male red dragons mostly went to mortal countries to kidnap princesses. They were not greedy for the other party's body, but simply felt that they needed a princess to decorate their appearance. At the very least, the red dragons would rule a town and become a megalosaurus lord. That would not be considered a disgrace to their family. Therefore, if one wanted to please a red dragon, in terms of the standard of gifts, a town was the lowest. Then, Daramar was at the front line of the blood war. Where could he find a town that he could give to Kryphia? It was as if someone had specially given him a pillow when he was sleepy. Originally, he wanted to go to the servant army's encampment to vent, but who would have thought that it would become a town? The town's name was quite festive. It was called Prosperity. And when he asked around, he found out that the mayor of this town was a guy with no background. Daramar felt that his path had taken a turn, and his luck today had finally begun to prosper. The green dragon, who was in a good mood, glanced at the mad rat in front of him. Today is your lucky day. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the other party in his palm. Then he looked at the other mortals present, the mad rat's underlings and the gray-maned centaurs who were in charge of dragging the wood. The green dragon said coldly, "Unfortunately, you don't have a share." With a swoosh, a strong corrosive acid suddenly sprayed out of his mouth. His chin, which had many protrusions, moved slightly to control the flow rate of the acid. All the unlucky bastards, identified by the green dragon, began to flee in all directions, but it was to no avail. Even the four-legged centaurs were exhausted from the excessive driving of the mad rats. At most, they could only live a little longer than the two-legged centaurs. The mad rat held in the green dragon's palm, first opened its eyes wide, then closed them tightly. At this moment, he actually wanted to cover his ears with his hands, but the green dragon's grip made it impossible for him to break free. Help, boss! I don't want to die!" All sorts of miserable cries could be heard. As long as they came into contact with the green dragon's acid, the flesh and blood of the victim would turn into a pile of charcoal amidst a sizzling sound. Dharma, who had been suppressed for half a day, felt incomparably relaxed at this moment. Properly venting one's emotions is indeed beneficial to one's body and mind. he felt that the lucky bastard in his palm was trembling like a sieve as if he had been struck by an electric current. Dharma curled his lips in disdain. Insignificant mortals had always been like this. They could not withstand the slightest setback. Unlike the strong green dragon, even if he was beaten up by the red dragon princess, he was only depressed for half a day. Dharma spread his wings and stomped his two powerful hind legs. He jumped straight into the air and slowly glided toward Boomtown. Not long after, he heard the ear-piercing sound of cymbals on the city wall. "Looks like they've already seen us." Dharma lowered his head and smiled at the mad rat. Little did he know how terrifying this expression was in the eyes of the other party. In the forest where he lived, the adult Dharma had raided the surrounding elf tribes several times. When the other party discovered him, they would urgently blow the warning horn. Therefore, he could guess the purpose of the cymbals that were playing on the city wall of Boomtown. To be honest, this scene was quite familiar to him, so he was going to use the old method from before, tilting his body. Dharma flew clockwise along the city wall, always making sure that his back was facing the city wall with thicker scales and layers of thorns and resin protection. If the other party had long-range attack means, they would most likely shoot at him at this time. But in this way, the long-range attack weapons or annoying spellcasters would expose their positions, making it easier for him to defeat them one by one. To his surprise, although the city's warning system had been triggered, there was no attack. However, after thinking about it, Dharma was relieved. This was a town built by the servants of the Megalosaurus. How would they dare to casually attack a 5-colored Megalosaurus? Originally, he was still thinking about whether he should use his breath to wash the ground again in order to force the other party to submit to his power. But who knew that the other party did not dare to attack at all? Tiny and cowardly mortal, Daramar could not help but ridicule in his heart. At the same time, he was a little complacent, but at least he's smart enough to save his little life from being so fragile. However, Dharma did not know that in the Lord's Hall built by hollowing out an entire stalagmite, Keys and his companions were looking at the green dragon that was constantly flying around Boomtown. Is he trying to confuse us before launching a surprise attack? Nera the ogre scratched his head and asked suspiciously, "After all, look at his small physique. He's not even 1/5 the size of Kitha's dragon body, and his muscles are all loose. In short, he looks very weak." His brother, Ogre Gourmet Brew, shrugged and said, "Neru, don't always think about fighting. I think this green dragon might be here to send a message," including Keys. The others had similar thoughts with Brew. After all, the green dragon was obviously too weak. The young blue dragon thought for a while and felt that it was better for him to come forward. Perhaps the Megalosaurus Legion had some message to send. So he walked out of the Lord's Hall. Because he had to face a Megalosaurus, Keys still transformed into his true form out of courtesy and removed his transformation effect. "Excuse me, what are you here for?" A dragon with a mountain-like body, diamond-like scales with lightning arcs flashing across them from time to time, and a head that was larger than Dalamar's when he was young, abruptly appeared in front of him. He suddenly felt that his worldview had been subverted at this moment, and his brain directly went into a state of shutdown. Is my accent not standard? Excuse me, what are you here for?" Keys patiently repeated the question just now, and at the same time paid attention to his draconic pronunciation. Sensing the high-temperature radiation emitting from the huge mouth that made his hair stand on end just by speaking, Dalamar clenched his claws and destroyed the corpse without caring about the promise that he had made to the mad rat. "Today is your lucky day." Then he showed an embarrassed expression. I was just passing by and came to say hello." Chapter 381. Daramar, felt that he had been kneeling in this place for decades. Finally, he stood up and put a pair of big green hands on his waist. He frowned because of the soreness in his body. He licked his dry lips, glanced around, and narrowed his eyes to look at the pale green sun above his head. Megalosaurus's unique rhythm regulation organ allowed Daramar to clearly judge the speed of time passing. He had only turned into a green-skinned goblin and stayed here for less than 1/3 of an hourglass. But the soreness in his body and the dizziness in his head were telling him the opposite answer. Daramar couldn't help but cover his forehead and muttered in despair, "Today is definitely not my lucky day. Everything had to start from half a day ago. Maybe. Keys, have a safe trip." Daramar felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He left the place where Boomtown was as if he was running for his life. When facing the young blue dragon, Daramar guessed that the legendary red dragon, the leader of the Megalosaurus Legion, was not half the size of the young man. Therefore, his strategic retreat and going back to think about it at length were not cowardice. Well, definitely not. But just as he adjusted his mentality and tried to accept the fact that there was a huge gap between dragons, something strange suddenly happened. For no reason, Daramar first felt as if he had been hit by something, and then he had to make an emergency landing. Although Megalosaurus did not completely rely on wings to fly, without wings, an ordinary Megalosaurus would definitely not be able to fly normally. The green dragon landed on the ground. Coincidentally, this was the place where he attacked the mad rats logging team. The surrounding puddles and chunks of corpses were either corroded into liquid or burnt by Desui City. It was a fact that he was telling the truth. Who is it who dares to provoke the green death of the Megalosaurus Legion? Daramar roared angrily. Then he was horrified to find that his dragon's roar had become shrill, and the scenery around him was rapidly becoming bigger. No, he was constantly shrinking. In a short while, Daramar turned from a green dragon into a green-skinned goblin. Just as Daramar panicked and was about to cast a spell on himself to remove the strange transformation effect, a short creature suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a gnome dressed in strange clothes. Perhaps he had some gray dwarf blood in him. His scalp was numb and scabby, and he was not round at all. What are you doing? Do you want to become stronger? The dwarf asked, but he did not give Daramar a chance to answer. I know you want to. A faint purple light surged out of the pygmy's hand. In the blink of an eye, this light engulfed the goblin that had turned into a green dragon. By the time Daramar reacted, the dwarf had already disappeared, and the surrounding scenery had become completely new. This doesn't seem to be the Acid Fog Canyon plain. It might not even be the bottomless abyss. There was a rustling sound, and 2 or 3 forest elves who were hunting jumped out of the bushes. When they saw Daramar standing on the forest's animal path, they were stunned at first. There was actually a goblin who did not know how to hide. Then, without thinking, they drew their bows and prepared to kill the pests. These damn green-skinned elves. Daramar cursed as he dodged the arrows that were shot at him. He suddenly realized something. Dragon Vein Goblin, just you wait. One day, I will make your race extinct. Perhaps because the goblin's language was very accurate, the elves understood his words and felt offended. Originally, it didn't matter whether they killed this goblin or not. After all, they still had to hunt. But now, they wanted to kill this goblin. They followed closely behind Daramar. The longbows in their hands were already on their backs, and the sharp ironwood spears in their hands were replaced with sharp ironwood spears. After trying for a long time, Daramar could not release an effective killing spell. He knew that with his small body, he was no match for the elven hunters. He could only rely on the advantage of agility brought by his body size to try to escape from the pursuit of the elves in the bushes. However, The elves were like old turtles who had eaten a weight. They were determined to catch this goblin, peel his skin, and pull out his tendons. Then, they would throw him at the entrance of a goblin cave as a warning to others. After running for a long time, even if the dragon vein goblin had a good physique, Daramar felt that he could not hold on any longer. After all, with his 2 short legs, he had to compete in jungle parkour with a bunch of long-legged elves. He was at a disadvantage. After running around in circles, Daramar was already panting. The elven hunters behind him were still chasing him. Just as he was about to lose all hope, suddenly, a somewhat familiar thing appeared in front of him. It was an old walloon tree. It seemed that he had once made a home on the crown of this tree. Daramar still remembered that there was a resident of this tree. It seemed to be a horned python that lived near the roots of the tree. However, that fellow had fled in a hurry the day before he moved in. It seemed to be living in a tree hole. As he ran, Daramar casually picked up a rock from the ground. Then he suddenly sped up and ran toward the bottom of the walloon tree. He saw the tree hole that was originally only large enough for a claw to reach in. Now, it was even larger than his body. Without thinking, he swung his arm and threw the rock into the pitch-black tree hole with his greatest strength as a dragon vein goblin. A dull thud rang out, as if a wooden stick had struck leather. Daramar immediately knew that he had succeeded. He quickly burrowed into a bush beside him. Then, using the bush as cover, he carefully made his way to the back of the walloon tree. Then, he heard 2 panicked voices in the elven language. It was obvious that the horned python had misunderstood the elven hunters. As a magical beast, the horned python was the overlord of this area. Even if it could not afford to offend the elven tribes, it would not have a problem dealing with a lone elf. And because the elven hunters were familiar with the habits of the various creatures in the forest, they knew that the horned python would eventually catch up to them, no matter how they tried to escape. Instead of waiting for death, they might as well give it their all. Unfortunately, the difference in level between creatures was not something that could be easily overcome with courage and courage. They were either strangled to death, poisoned, or pierced by the sharp horns on the horned python's head. A few of the elven hunters died one after another. However, the elven hunter did manage to achieve something after a desperate struggle before his death. The ironwood spear was indeed sharp. Many of the scales on the horned python's body had been punctured, and half of the broken spear was still embedded in its muscles. Blood was gushing out with a sizzling sound. The pain made the horned python burn with rage. It only felt that it wanted to kill a few more lives to vent its anger. Its sensitive sense of smell allowed it to smell the scent of goblins. The horned python followed the scent and started to crawl toward the back of the walloon tree. It made a rustling sound. Chapter 382. I shouldn't stop, Daramar thought to himself in despair. Running for a long distance would cause the muscles to produce a large amount of lactic acid. If he suddenly stopped, these substances would cause his entire body to ache, as if he could no longer move his feet. When facing an enraged, ferocious beast, such a situation was undoubtedly the worst, and it was 100% fatal. Leaning against the wallen wood, Daramar attempted to support his body. He felt that he had to do something. However, the bloodthirsty and ferocious horned python did not want to give him the chance. It opened its mouth and bit toward him. No, between life and death, Daramar's frail goblin body suddenly straightened. Tiny scales instantly covered the surface of his skin. 2 slender arms supported the horned python's mouth, which it was trying to close, with an unbelievable strength. Looking at the sharp teeth that were about to pierce his cheeks, Daramar felt a surge of anger for no reason. Lowly reptile! Scorching liquid surged up from the goblin's abdomen, finally turning into a stream of water that sprayed toward the horned python's throat. The horned python twitched incessantly and rolled back and forth on the ground. It even hit its head on the ground in an attempt to knock itself unconscious. White smoke rose from its 7 orifices as the horned python spasmed incessantly and rolled back and forth on the ground. It even hit its head on the ground, trying to knock itself unconscious. However, after a short while, the horned python stopped struggling. Its round body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a liquid of an indescribable color poured out from every hole on its body. Is this the power of a dragon vein goblin? Daramar stretched out his hands and repeatedly looked at the tiny scales on his skin. It's really quite weak, but having power is better than having nothing, he thought firmly. Walking to the side of the horned pythons that had gathered into a pool of indistinguishable shapes, Daramar first tested it and realized that the residual acid could not harm him. Then he reached out and picked up the few snake teeth and skin that had withstood the test of corrosion. After doing this, Daramar turned and walked to the opposite side of the wall in wood. There were a few snacks there that could fill his stomach. Although the goblin had a mouth full of sharp teeth, they weren't sharp enough, so he ate his meal slowly. After eating his fill, Daramar crawled into the tree hole where the horned python lived. Other than the remains of some useless creatures, he also found some leather armor and rusted weapons. That snake might have attacked the caravans that traversed the forest in the past, and even dragged the guards of the caravans back into the cave to eat. After a simple analysis, he came to a more likely conclusion. At the same time, he thought, that's right, robbing caravans is a good way to expand. But now that I'm alone, it's obviously not enough. I need to find some spawns to be cannon fodder. Yes, there's a goblin cave nearby. After deciding on the plan, Daramar quickly carried it out. He first tidied up the leather armor he found and wrapped it around himself as a protective gear. Then he tried the weapons, but unfortunately they were too weak due to the rust. Thus, he could only tie the horned python's teeth to the elven hunter's ironwood spear to make a more powerful weapon. Finally, he thought of a way to use snakeskin, tree branches, and resin to make a simple leather shield. When doing these things, Daramar was decisive and resolute. His ability to carry out his orders was far from what a green dragon could compare to. However, he did not realize this at all. It was as if thinking about problems in the way of a dragon vein goblin had become his instinct. After equipping himself fully, he did not hesitate, nor did he have any intention of resting. He took large strides and walked toward the goblin cave closest to the Wallen wood in his memory. Hurry up and get to work. The earth goblin sergeant waved his vines and walked back and forth between the shorter goblin cousins, supervising their work. Working for the great giant snake dissolver, lord of the forest goblins, dragon vein warlock, green warlock lord Daramar is the luckiest thing in your lives. If I find out that anyone dares to slack off, the idiot I nailed to a tree to dry 2 days ago is the best example. The goblin laborers shouted loudly in agreement, expressing their fervent desire to serve Lord Daramar. Using the scythes and hoes they had stolen from the nearby human villages, or other tools that they could use, the goblins widened and flattened the path through the forest bit by bit. At this moment, Daramar was lying in his palace, listening to the information and suggestions provided by his various aides. This palace was actually a little too large by goblin standards. It had been directly expanded from the ancestral cave of a certain goblin tribe. A stone stove sat in the corner, large enough to cook several large pots at the same time. In fact, the goblin chefs were doing this now. On the other side of the palace, there was a fire pit large enough to roast beef ribs or an entire lamb. A spectacular chopping board stood in the middle of the room, and Daramar's aides sat around this chopping board. Lord Green Warlock, Resisting the desire to glance at the fragrant meat soup that was about to be served, one of the goblin aides stood up, bowed, and said to Daramar, "Why did you order the little ones to build that path in the cold winter?" He deliberated over his tone, and continued to ask, "What I mean is that the various goblin tribes do not need to use that path, and there are no human caravans passing by at this time of the year. Are you questioning my decision?" Daramar, who was enjoying the massage, suddenly sat up, propping himself up with his hands on the chopping board. Seeing that the other party hurriedly bowed, he snorted in annoyance. "I don't think you dare. But this kind of question will only be asked once. You just have to remember that my words must be carried out completely." As a king, Daramar felt that there was no need to explain his thoughts to others. To those people, they just had to do as he said. After all, the so-called staff meeting mechanism was nothing more than a tool he used to stabilize the newly established Forest Goblin Alliance and temporarily arrange for the goblin leaders of the various tribes. What could those fellows understand? Moreover, this aide was about to retire today. "Then, I will announce the next order. The Goblin Alliance will remember everyone. The Earth Goblin Guards, wearing armor and wielding sabers and axes, suddenly surged into the palace. Without a word, they directly pounced on the aides. They nimbly swung their sabers, as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. The original Goblin tribe leaders were all beheaded. Looking at the marks that appeared on the chopping board, Daramar frowned, but he did not say anything. It was time for him to eat. He picked up a wooden spoon and scooped up a spoonful of cream goblin soup, tasting it slightly. Daramar nodded. The taste was not bad, especially since he was the only goblin who could enjoy it. Chapter 383. The harsh winter passed quickly, and the warm but cold early spring had arrived. A new year had arrived, and the hard-working people had already started their work for the shiny coins. After a winter of aging, this batch of new wine should be enough to wake up the noses of those drunkards. The boss of the caravan calculated. There was another sentence that he did not want to think about. The prerequisite is that the caravan has to pass through this vast forest safely. The winter snow was melting, and the main road was muddy. Because of the wine, the caravan's carriages were generally quite heavy and almost could not pass through the mud. Other than the main road, there was a small path that led to the caravan's destination, but it required them to pass through the forest. Although there could be snow on the small path, it was a shorter journey, and the smaller path would undoubtedly be much faster. After much consideration, the boss of the caravan decided to take the small path, but he had to take some risks. In this forest, not only were there elves who were not friendly to humans, but there were also gnome tribes who were used to robbing caravans. Therefore, for the safety of the caravan, he had no choice but to spend money to hire guards to ensure the safety of the caravan. Even so, the wine merchant was still somewhat uneasy and constantly observed his surroundings. However, as the caravan moved forward, something unexpected happened. He found that the originally narrow path in the forest had been artificially strengthened and widened, and even the snow on the road seemed to have been cleaned by professionals. He was originally worried that there would be an ice shell due to the snow, so he specially prepared some chains that could be installed on the wheels to increase friction and grip. Most likely the lords nearby built the road before winter. The merchant thought to himself, "It's a pity that the carriages with chains are gone, or else I could bring a few more barrels of new wine." In the end, because of the good road, the wine merchant arrived at his destination 4 or 5 days earlier than expected. It didn't take long for the news of an excellent transportation route to appear in the forest to spread among the traveling merchants. Many human caravans tried to pass through this path, and in the end, they all passed through the forest without a hitch, as more and more caravans chose to pass through the forest for the sake of convenience. Friction inevitably arose between them and the forest elves, the owners of the forest. The forest elves believed that the humans had disturbed their peaceful lives and invaded their territory. The humans believed that the forest elves' deliberate obstruction had affected their accumulation of wealth. In addition, the instigator of these conflicts, the only ruler of the Goblin Tribe Alliance, Dalamar, was fanning the flames. He began to lead the Goblin Tribe to attack the traveling merchants that were alone, and every time he would not leave anyone alive. What was even more sinister was that this sinister dragon-vein gnome would even intentionally fake wounds when it was done with the massacre and cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, it would leave behind some ironwood spears commonly used by the forest elves, or elven arrows with beautiful tail feathers. Once, twice, thrice, and even more. No matter how much they tried to restrain themselves, this kind of bloody incident would slowly make them lose their rationality. Humans and forest elves, two races that had been living in harmony, began to engage in a tense armed confrontation. From small bloodshed to vengeance, and then to the intervention of the armies of the two races. War was imminent and unstoppable. The war escalated once again after the flames were ignited. Today, the elves had turned a human city into ruins. Tomorrow, the humans would send out an elite team to massacre an elf tribe. The two races began an all-out war, and Dalamar once again began to play with his own schemes. Gathering the strength of the various goblin tribes, he used this as his capital to strike a balance between the forest elves and the humans. Using his advantage as an evil neighbor of the forest elves, Dalamar first ordered people to find out where the various tribes of the forest elves were stationed. He also drew a detailed but slightly edited map. He treated this map as a commodity and sold it to the various military lords on the human side, exchanging it for weapons and armor. When the human army gathered their strength to encircle and annihilate some of the weaker forest elves' tribes, Dalamar also sent people to inform the forest elves, reminding them to make early preparations. He even provided a portion of the goblin caves for them to use to retreat. In exchange, he asked the forest elves for some elven longbows, as well as a large number of elven arrows. He even said, "Join hands to fight against the enemies of the forest." With weapons, armor, longbows, and arrows, Dalamar specially selected a group of earth goblins to form an elite team. He named this team the Green War Mercenary Group and began to change from selling information to selling military force. Whether it was the forest elves or the humans, none of them had expected that an unremarkable race would take advantage of the war between the two races to rise up. Although they really wanted to destroy this goblin army, they were unable to do so due to the anxiety of the war. In the end, they could only pinch their noses and silently accept this fait accompli, choosing to hire the Green War Mercenary Group to serve them. To Dalamar, he did not care whether his employer was a human or a forest elf. The only choice was that the highest bidder would get the job. The Green War Mercenary Group would serve whoever could afford it. This all-out war between the humans and the forest elves lasted for 3 years and 3 months. The infamous Green War Mercenary Group welcomed their last hire. Dalamar had met many of the human military lords more than once, but this last meeting was the only time he had met so many old clients at the same time. Green War Mercenary, catch! The leader of the human military lords disdainfully threw a bag full of gold coins to Dalamar after handing over the mission. "Remember, this is our last payment. I don't want anything to go wrong, or else I will be your enemy." Dalamar replied with a smile, his tone without the slightest hint of mockery. The mission this time could be said to be difficult. At the very least, it was impossible for the humans to pass through the forest and reach the rear of the forest elves. However, it could also be said to be simple. They did not even need to fight. They only needed to pass through the forest quietly. The human alchemists of the Alchemist Guild had concocted a poison that could weaken or even kill the forest elves after a long period of preparation. The military lords had hired Dalamar and put him in charge of pouring the poison into the forest elf tribe's public water source. Once the poison took effect, the humans would assemble an army and charge into the forest to completely encircle and annihilate the forest elf tribe. If this plan succeeded, the war between the two races would end at the same time, and the humans would obtain the final victory. Unfortunately, Dalamar had led the Green War mercenaries to complete the first half of the mission. However, this black-hearted dragon bloodline goblin had only poured a small portion of the poison into the second half of the poison. The forest elves had indeed been weakened. At the very least, the human army discovered that the forest elves, who originally had the home advantage, were not as strong as before after charging into the forest. However, the forest elves were not without the ability to retaliate. The forest elves and the human army were evenly matched. Just as the suspicious human military lords were about to give the order to retreat and send people to capture Dalamar for questioning, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A terrible fire suddenly spread from the periphery of the forest to the inside. In the dry winter, after the fire spread, there was no way to stop it. When the fire was extinguished, hordes of goblins surged into the almost completely burned forest. They searched every inch of the forest and slaughtered all the surviving forest elves and humans. After this battle, not only were the forest elves exterminated, but the human forces were also greatly weakened. No force could stop Dalamar and prevent the establishment of a new goblin kingdom. When this dragon bloodline goblin reached the age of 80 and was about to die, he only said one sentence: "It's a pity that I haven't drunk cream elven soup in about 30 years. Then the world spun, and the dragon bloodline goblin king, who ruled the world, once again returned to the Acid Fog Canyon. He shook his head and lightly patted his face. He then discovered that the power that had been stagnant in his body had now been unsealed. Dalamar opened his arms and did not hesitate. He quickly turned into an adult green dragon and fled toward the Megalosaurus camp. After he left, a burst of laughter rang out in the quiet, withered forest. The chess pieces have been prepared. Players who have been waiting for a long time, it will be your turn soon." Chapter 384. Acid Fog Canyon, Broken Cliff, in the palace of the Demon Lord, a banquet was going on. Although the battle at the front was tense, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the participants of the banquet. It didn't affect them from eating at the back. Even if these guys didn't need to eat at all, they all liked the feeling of chewing food and swallowing wine. Smear the honey of the demon bee and fry it in a pan of oil. With a sizzle, the soft taste of the acid fog worm will be gone. The speaker had a huge bull's head on his head. The lower half of his body was made up of 2 legs, but they had hooves with split toes. Black mane grew wildly all over his body. From his back to the top of his head, there was always a dim flame burning. If a scholar who dabbled in the demon studies was here, he would probably recognize who this Tauren was at a glance and silently leave. Everyone knew that this king of the beasts' favorite thing to do the most was to throw strangers into his endless labyrinth and play with them wantonly. That was his nest, located on the 600th floor of the abyss, the king of the beasts and king of the Tauren, Buffett's kingdom. Compared with other ancient demon lords, Buffett's character was undoubtedly much more irritable. He was either participating in a war or plotting to start the next one. Such a character would naturally make many enemies, such as King of the Gnolls, Yeenagu, Six Fingers Graz-Ziti. However, although he had been haunted by wars and conspiracies for many centuries, Buffett still hadn't fallen even once. Not only that, but what made many demon lords surprised was that the bull in their eyes was actually a powerful creator. Usually, only the most powerful among the demon lords, the demon princes, deserve to have such great power. What was a demon creator? The criterion was very simple, but the operation was extremely difficult to create a new kind of Tana demon race. For the demon lords, creating a life was not too much of a problem, but it was very difficult to throw them into the abyss and let them reproduce and grow into a race on their own, because those newborn Tana were likely to be preyed on by other demons the moment they were thrown into the abyss. Many knowledgeable demon lords were unable to complete the creation experiments, but Buffett had succeeded in doing so. Moreover, it wasn't just once. Not only had he used himself as a model to create a gigantic ox fiend that could wrestle with a flame fiend Bela, he had also created a large number of ancestral fiends, known as Abyss Heavy Infantry. There were even rumors that the Bugala ape demon lord of the 80th layer of the Abyss was also one of Buffett's creations. Although many demonology experts believed that the reason why the Lord of Beasts could touch the authority of the demon creator was that he was suspected to be an ally of Lady Kangi. But from a certain perspective, this also proved the strength of this Terran king. At the very least, the demon lord of the acid fog canyon plain, the tyrant worm who had just ascended to godhood, could not afford to offend Buffett, even if it was only an incarnation of the other party. Otherwise, there was no way he would greet someone who was feasting on acid mist worms in front of him with a smile. Furthermore, they were all first-generation descendants. "Little Bug, is your army ready?" Buffett asked in a seemingly casual manner as he chewed on the fried acid mist worms and allowed the juices to spill all over his chest. Faced with this question, the tyrant worm, who was eating with him in the incarnation of Hemtar, carefully deliberated for a moment before replying. "More than half of the army has been deployed. I've also prepared a big gift for the 5-colored Megalosaurus." In fact, his deployment had been completed 10 days ago, but facing a warlike demon lord, the tyrant worm felt that he still had to hide a little. If they were to become enemies in the future, it would be easier to confuse the other party when they met on the battlefield. That's enough. Although this is a battle in your territory, you don't have to be the main force. After burping, Buffett pushed all the cutlery in front of him to the side and said arrogantly to the tyrant worm, "Looks like the bull can't wait any longer." He. Hearing someone call him a bull, Buffett snorted. 2 streams of water spurted out from his nostrils and splashed onto the floor of the tyrant worm's palace. The evil negative energy contained in it exploded and corroded the floor into 2 deep pits. "Mangy little dwarf, I think you're itching for a beating." After threatening, Buffett shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. He didn't want to provoke the other party too much. After all, he was still a god. Maybe he wasn't weaker than Buffett, and he was definitely much stronger than the tyrant worm. Hearing the king of beasts speak ill of him, Stim wasn't angry. He even made a zipping motion with his mouth, indicating that he wouldn't mock Buffett anymore. Wait a moment. Holding a small hammer made of adamant, Stim knocked hard, making pa-pa sounds. He seemed to be focused on dealing with the charcoal roasted enchantment Caliceri in front of him. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in his eyes. It's finally done. The last chess piece is finally completed. Like I said, a war chess game without a Megalosaurus character is soulless. Hearing this, the tyrant worm hurriedly asked, "Your Excellency," he didn't dare to call the other party a little dwarf like Buffett. Instead, he used the honorific of a god. "In 2 natural days, your plane will be temporarily included in my chessboard if you achieve the final victory. At the same time, the rules of the Blood War will also determine you as the final winner of this battle. Unless Tiamat comes herself, no matter how much she wants to start a war, according to the rules of the Blood War, The Bator camp will have to wait for 1,000 years before they can attack the same plane. When he said this, Stim changed from his previous cheeky appearance. He was like the most impartial god. With the clergy of war chess, role-playing, and virtual games, he had to be like this when he announced the rules of the game. Remember, within these 2 natural days, you must strip the Megalosaurus clergy and give it to me as an admission fee. Stim's eyes shone with a purple light as he stared at the tyrant worm who had transformed into Helmuter. This is the previous Styx contract. It cannot be violated. The Megalosaurus was one of the most important elements in virtual games. Whether it was as a wild monster, a level boss, a protagonist template, or even a game skin, the Megalosaurus element had great value. This was also the reason why Stim participated in this blood war. Because it had swallowed a lot of Megalosaurus before it was apotheosized, the tyrant worm had a small part of the Megalosaurus clergy after it was apotheosized. Through constant calculations, Stim found that it was almost his only chance to obtain this authority from the tyrant worm. Therefore, he came to the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon and made a deal with the tyrant worm. He also found the monarch of beasts as an ally. Little dwarf, don't forget your promise. I want the labyrinth clergy. This is also an important part of the contract. Buffett reminded him. Of course, I will tell you after the game is over. Stim replied immediately. After all, the labyrinth element is no longer popular for many games. Chapter 385. The rain continued to fall incessantly. In the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon, such weather was not common, but no one was happy about it, because the rain was sour. When it fell from the clouds of acid fog high in the sky, it was no longer the rain that nourished everything. This rain is like the demon's saliva. It's sticky and corrosive, and it might be even worse. Sucking on his pipe, a large group of people gathered around the fire pit in the demon's stomach tavern. They were bored out of their minds, except for the weapon forging workshop, where there was a lot of work to repair weapons and armor due to the acid rain. Almost all the other industries in Boomtown had come to a standstill. After all, most of these mortals from other planes could not adapt to the strong acid environment. They were not like the Batsa Devil, who could ignore the strong acid and even dared to take some acid rain to wash their faces, in order to not cause more losses. As the mayor of Boomtown, Young Blue Dragon directly announced a 3-day holiday. Salute the great mayor. If it weren't for Sir Keys, those demons wouldn't care about our lives. That's right. Without the food provided by my lord, my subordinates, and I will have to starve again. Those who did not stay in their residence and had the time to come to the demon's stomach to brag were mostly gang leaders. Hearing the salute to the mayor, these scheming guys immediately agreed loudly, showing how much they supported Young Blue Dragon. At this moment, Young Blue Dragon was not in the mood to listen to anyone's flattery. You're saying that this rain is not natural, but might be caused by some large-scale spell? After listening to the spell consultant's report, Keys immediately frowned. That's very likely, Snade replied. For 2 consecutive days. I've randomly collected some rainwater every day. After testing, these samples all have weak magic waves. Keys could not help but fall into deep thought. He had received news that this acid rain had not only been in Boomtown, but also in the vicinity of the Bator Expeditionary Legion and the Megalosaurus Legion's encampment. Moreover, there were no signs of it stopping. One had to know that casting a spell that could change the weather on a large scale required the spellcaster's strength to be extremely high. If one were to use this kind of spell, there was basically no way to cast it without using materials. The amount of materials needed to cast, it was terrifying. Is that tyrant worm trying to kill the devils with acid rain? Of course, this was just Key's sarcasm. Except for a few rare types, most of the Batsa-Devil was immune to strong acid damage. The only effect of this acid rain is probably to corrode a batch of weapons and equipment. But with Bader's logistics department's ability to supply supplies, those strategic teleportation portals that are opened every day will only take a few days to complete the Expeditionary Army's equipment change. Thinking of this, Keyes decided to be more cautious. Notify the entire Boom Town to enter a state of alert. The weapon forges will stop repairing personal belongings and concentrate on building war machines. The construction of city walls and other defensive facilities must resume today. The delivery of servants to the Megalosaurus camp will be stopped. Every free person will be immediately incorporated into the city guards according to their registered occupation. From today onwards, all food supplies in the city will be distributed according to wartime standards until I announce the lifting of the alert. I'll provide force field protection for Boom Town to ensure that the acid rain will not affect their work. Keyes concluded. After these orders were implemented one by one, Boom Town, which had been quiet for 2 days, became noisy again. A light blue arched force field barrier appeared in the sky above Boom Town. It was not very sturdy, but it was large enough to cover the entire town. At the same time, it could block the acid rain and let it flow along the barrier to the drainage canals outside the town. It's a good thing that the blazing crystal can provide me with energy. Otherwise, bearing such a large force field would tire me out. This was the first time Keyes had used the Strength Dragon's innate ability, the deflecting force field, on such a large scale. The huge burden was truly shocking. Fortunately, after fusing with the blazing crystal, he found that he could replenish his energy by absorbing light and heat. Due to the obstruction of the acid mist on the ground, Keyes transformed into his dragon form and climbed to the edge of the plain. There was no air obstruction here, and the light and heat emitted by the pale green blazing sun in the acid mist canyon were more convenient for the young blue dragon to absorb. He stayed in the sky for an entire day. When he found that the acid rain clouds were about to disperse, he prepared to descend back to the town. According to his previous calculations, the worm demons were most likely to launch a surprise attack after the acid rain ended. Even if Boom Town was at the rear and did not have any combat missions, it was still possible that the demons would treat it as a pushover and use it to provoke the Bator Expeditionary Army, or simply to make an example out of it. Therefore, no matter what, Keyes had to make some preparations in advance. After returning to the commander's camp and transforming back into his human form, Keyes met with his magic consultant. "How is it? Did you?" Originally, he wanted to ask Snade about the results of his prophecy spell yesterday, but before he could finish, the two spellcasters suddenly felt an inexplicable fluctuation. This force is very powerful, Keyes judged, and the steampunk half-lich nodded in agreement. However, before they could communicate further, a dazzling purple brilliance suddenly shot out from everyone's eyes. Mechanized mind. Spell nullification barrier. The two spellcasters used their true abilities and a series of defensive methods that could resist enchantment and control spells were repeatedly used. However, they were like small stones thrown into the sea and could only cause a little ripple at most. What's going on? Keyes thought quickly. A spell that could not be recognized by a legendary half-lich was really rare. Could it be that the mysterious dwarf god did something? Keyes, who seemed to have understood something, immediately turned around, walked out of the command room, and came to the balcony outside. The scene just now was somewhat similar to the memory he saw not long ago in the mind of the Cronin stone man named Stubborn Rock. That mysterious dwarf god seemed to be able to use psionic power to pull mortals into a virtual scene. Although Keyes did not feel the effect of the psionic power, just now, who could guarantee that the other party only had psionic power? Keys stretched out his palm, and scales shining with the light of the blazing sun crystal appeared. He stretched out his palm toward the pale green blazing sun in the sky. Sure enough, there was no feeling of energy being absorbed. Is this the rhythm of forcing people to play a VR game? Keys was vigilant in his heart, but he still could not help but complain. That guy, is he a god who used numbers to name himself and made pop-up ads? Ding. Chapter 386. As a god, there were not many things that could make Stim worry, except for the work related to his priesthood. Before he became, he was merely a dwarf who had awakened the talent of psionic powers. And the talent of psionic powers was not considered rare among creatures like dwarves who were obsessed with fantasy, at least for Stim's brothers, the dwarves who wanted to inherit the title of great craftsmen from their father. It was not important whether they had psionic powers or not. At most, they would be able to obtain some convenience when screwing and rolling metal. But Stim did not think so. He continued to explore the various applications of psionic powers, and he never got tired of it. When his second brother, who was 3 ranks higher than him, finally received his father's approval on day of apprenticeship and became the most famous great craftsman in the city, Stim did not choose to open a small repair shop in the city like his other brothers to make a living. On that day, Stim made the most important decision of his life. He used all the pocket money he had saved up to open Stim's virtual game shop on the busiest street in the city. This shop did not sell any spare parts, and there was no strong smell of engine oil. At the same time, it did not provide a price list for mechanical repairs. It only provided one service to customers, and that was to let them experience another kind of life in the virtual game world. Before day of apprenticeship, Stim spent a full 20 years to train his psionic powers to an extremely high level. Because his other brothers were busy with their studies, he spent most of his free time playing games with himself. In reality, the game was restricted by the player's personal conditions. There were actually certain limitations. By chance, Stim explored a way to use his psionic powers to project his consciousness into a constructed story, and from there, experience the life of the characters in the story. And the first story he chose as a model was the book, The Dwarf and His Clockwork Megalosaurus Dragon Companion, that was widely circulated among the dwarves. On the opening day of Stim's virtual game shop, many customers followed his recommendation and experienced the legendary life experience of the Clockwork Megalosaurus Maintenance Master. They all gave 5-star reviews. From then on, Stim's virtual game store became an instant hit, and customers came in an endless stream every day. In order to satisfy the increasing demand of customers, Stim not only opened up a chain store, but also created more story models: Gold Sparkle and his self-propelled cavalry, Wrenchman Beats Smog, Survival in a Hopeless Place, Watch Wolf. One by one, they were turned into virtual game scenes for customers to experience. Due to the increasing number of customers, the will of the multiverse itself began to notice the little dwarf who had created something brand new and granted him special favor. Until one day, the new clergy of war chess, role-playing, and virtual games was finally completed, as if it was a matter of course. Unlike other mortals who had to go through many tests before ascending to godhood, Stim succeeded in becoming a god. Because he was used to managing his game from a third-person perspective, which was commonly known as the god's perspective, this new god was nicknamed Other. His clergy determined Stim's alignment. He was a god who adhered to the path of neutrality, but that did not mean that Stim stood aloof from worldly affairs. Although there was no new god of games and no other god to share his authority, Stim still had many competitors. For example, the god of power, Cord, who loved sports, the god of the road, Flan, who was worshipped by the bards, and even the gnome god, Garl Glittergold, who competed with Stim because of his clergy in the field of pranks. The very existence of a god was like a boat sailing against the current, and if you did not advance, you would fall behind. Even if he was not keen on fighting, Stim would still unwittingly optimize his own power system so that he could better shoulder the mission given by his clergy of war chess, role-playing, and virtual games. It was the duty of a god. Under the guidance of fate, or perhaps intuition, he came to the bottomless abyss, found the tyrant worm, and joined the blood war. And now, Stim had to give it his all. After exercising his authority, the little dwarf god seemed to have turned into the god of justice as he stared intently at the tyrant worm. The game of the other has begun. Remember, thou shalt not think of cheating. Any act of using cheats shall be judged by me if discovered. For the faith of the players, the game may be lost, but the cheats must die, and I shall start a divine war against you. At those words, the tyrant worm who had appeared before Stim as a clone quickly agreed that he would abide by the rules. Since they were in an alliance, Stim had revealed some of the rules of the game to him in advance. When the tyrant worm learned that after entering the chessboard, all forces must use the plane included in the chessboard as their foundation and cannot contact other planes, he decisively cast a strategic spell and changed the weather, causing acid rain to fall continuously for several days. That way, the Bathor Expeditionary Army would not be able to change their equipment after entering the game, and could only use weapons and equipment whose quality was affected or even scrapped. Their military strength would be weakened, and the chances of failure would greatly increase. Originally, the tyrant worm had thought that he could use his demon lord's ability to control the plane to find an opportunity to strike again after entering the game, and easily win through cheats. But how could he have known how much Stim hated the act of using cheats? It was a provocative act to usurp his authority as the game developer and controller, and it was a blasphemy to his priesthood. Therefore, Stim already had a plan in mind. In view of your previous actions and out of consideration for the game's balance, I, in the name of the game developer, declare that you and your worms and demons are neutral wild monsters. Please play your role well and enjoy the game. After he finished speaking, the tyrant worm did not have the time to ask what a neutral wild monster was, nor did he have the time to ask how to play this role. He was enveloped by a purple stream of light, and Stim disappeared on the spot. Looking at the king of beasts, who had a fearful look on his face, Stim showed his signature smile. Your Excellency Buffett, you are the main force in this game against the Bathor camp. As a hero unit, you can not only recruit soldiers and occupy towns, but you can also choose to obtain the corresponding materials, money, and experience rewards by killing the neutral wild monsters. Oh, you mean I can kill that little worm? Buffett suddenly became interested and asked. Stim smiled, but did not say anything. After all, the contract between him and the tyrant worm had been fulfilled. Now, as long as Buffett could win quickly, he could end this game as soon as possible and withdraw from the bloody battlefield. P.S. The following content is not charged. Thank you to Shoutang246, Bookfriend 201810221458173999, and Butcher90 for your tips. Your support is the motivation for the new author. I also want to thank the friends who have been discussing in the book review section for the past 2 days. I will try my best to reply to everyone, and I hope that everyone can communicate more. The new author thanks again. Chapter 387. Ding! With the crisp sound of a bell, a piece of information suddenly appeared in the minds of all living beings in the acid fog canyon plain out of thin air. Welcome to Stim's board game. The theme of this game is the long-awaited Overlord's Glory. In order to fit the theme of the Blood War, the core of Overlord's Glory is war. It doesn't only exist between Batsu and Tana Ri, every commander who has been awarded the general flag. will be enemies with each other until the final battle to be the ultimate overlord of this game. In this game, the general flag cannot be destroyed or abandoned. It can only be seized automatically by occupying the opponent's territory. Commanders losing the flag does not only mean the end of the game, the defeated player will die, and the ultimate overlord who obtains all the general flags will obtain the supreme power of this plane and even become a true god. Before the final overlord is determined, every participant will not be able to obtain external assistance. You can only rely on your existing forces. Go fight, go fight, go fight for the ultimate overlord. I hope all of you enjoy this real game. The sudden influx of a large amount of information made Keys's brain feel a little dizzy, but fortunately, this feeling passed in a flash. He raised his palm and looked at a small flag that appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is probably the general flag. This small triangular flag was at most the size of his palm. The main body of the flag was blue, and there was a golden megalosaurus embroidered on it. The loser will die, and the winner will take all. They may even be apotheosized. Keys could not help but twitch his mouth. Does that dwarf god think he is the god of gods? Or, although he did not believe the message just now, the young blue dragon suddenly thought of a possibility, and this possibility could indeed explain why a god could include the entire plane in his own game. It seems that I can't be careless. Keys immediately adjusted his mentality. He dares to make such a promise. He must have something to rely on. Otherwise, even a greater god wouldn't dare to enter the bloody battlefield in such a manner. Unlike the other commanders in Bateau's camp, Keys did not frantically cast Dispel and Dispel on himself. Instead, he began to calmly analyze the current situation. At this moment, a ding sound rang out again. Attention, commander of the servant corps of Bateau's camp. The military pay of Boomtown under your command has been calculated. Today, you need to distribute 600 gold coins. If the distribution is delayed, it may lead to a decline in morale or even a rebellion. While Keys was in a daze, ding, 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 ding. In view of the fact that you own a town, the daily tax revenue has been tabulated. Today, Boomtown's tax revenue is 3,000 gold coins. Please check. In view of the fact that you own a town and your brave soldiers are well taken care of, the total discount for the soldiers is 300 gold coins. Please check. In view of the fact that you own a food processing factory, there is no need to spend gold coins to purchase food in the town. Please check. In view of the fact that you own a weapons workshop, the daily business revenue has been tabulated. You have received 1,000 gold coins. Please check. In view of the fact that you own a Demon's Gastrointestinal Tavern, the daily sales revenue has been tabulated. You have received 200 gold coins. Please check. In view of the fact that you own a wartime medical camp, the recovery speed of soldiers after injury is doubled. You can invest gold coins to continue upgrading. Since there was a town at the start of the game, and Boomtown was basically self-sufficient, although Keys received a prompt that he needed to spend the so-called gold coins, there were more reminders about the income of gold coins through various channels. However, the young blue dragon didn't know that, unlike him, the demon commanders of the Bateau Expeditionary Army, who had abundant troops under them, were now in a terrible fix. Previously, their logistics were completely dependent on the ration from the 9 prisons of Bader. Now that the strategic teleportation portal couldn't be connected, in the game set up by Stim, even if they had to reimburse an arrow, it would still be counted as a cost of gold coins. In the original Legion of Devils, there was no such thing as a salary. What the Bats of Devil needed was a chance to be promoted. Except for the commanders who could receive the Soul Prism as an allowance, the other demons were fighting for their own futures. As for food, when did the demons in the lower realm need that kind of thing? But in Stim's game, this was not considered at all. With the number of heads of the Legion of Devils, the amount of food they needed was simply appalling. Due to the stingy nature of the demons, even if they knew that they were in a game set up by a god, most of the Batsu commanders could still choose to delay payment or deduct food, completely ignoring the prompt of gold coins. However, how could Stim be so easy to deal with? Those Batsu commanders who chose to ignore the prompt of the game were soon surprised to find that the loyalty contracts of the lower-ranked demons that they controlled because of their authority had lost their effect one by one. Then, something that made the demons feel terrified happened. Without the restraint of the loyalty contract, the subordinates who had always been obedient jumped out one after another to oppose the rule of the commanders. What's more, some of the lower-ranked demons even began to plan an armed rebellion. Thanks to the Batsu Expeditionary Army that had prepared 2 sets of monitoring systems in the early days of its establishment, those commanders discovered the signs of rebellion in time and quickly sent the supervision team to suppress them. However, with the frequent mobilization of the supervision team, those commanders once again received more prompts. It turned out that the use of the supervision team would also consume their gold coins that had already become a deficit. Those prompts of expenditure were simply like a death warrant that rang in their minds. Having no other choice, some Batsu commanders discovered that the soul prism could be exchanged for gold coins, so they endured the heartache and used the soul prism in their pockets to exchange for those despicable gold coins. There were also commanders who discovered that the demons themselves were also a kind of resource. They ordered the supervision team to skin their subordinates who dared to rebel, tear them apart into some magic materials, and sacrifice them to the unknown consciousness that issued the prompt in order to obtain some gold coins. However, these 2 methods were ultimately not a long-term solution. There were also some smarter Batsu commanders who guessed that this was Stim forcing them to launch an attack on their companions in order to obtain and occupy more territory, thereby increasing the amount of gold coins that they could collect from taxes. Gather the troops and go kill those bumpkins in the servant camp. We will occupy that territory. For a moment, many Batsu commanders issued similar orders. After all, they had to pick the soft persimmons to pinch. P.S. The following will not be included in the cost. Thank you to my book friend, Light Like Rain Winding Mountain, for the reward. Your support is the motivation for this newbie writer to persevere. Chapter 388. After digesting the new information and blocking out some miscellaneous notifications, Keyes immediately went to the meeting room outside the command post and called for an informal meeting. The reason why it was informal was that his companions didn't seem to have any topics to discuss. They were used to Keyes coming up with some ideas, and they were responsible for implementing them. No one had any complaints. "I almost forgot the taste of fruit," Ogre Gourmet Brew said, as he picked up a ripe peach that tasted sweet. Although Gree is good at cooking, the food from the bottomless abyss is still a bit too monotonous. In addition to fruits, Keyes also provided everyone with almond bread, goat cheese, vanilla-seasoned eggs, smoked ham, salted meat, and various pastries. As for drinks, there were milk, coffee, tea, and a few kinds of fruit juices, as well as high-strength alcoholic drinks specially prepared by Snade. Of course, these foods didn't appear out of thin air. Keyes spent a lot of money and spent a total of 20 gold coins to exchange for them. But so far, after tasting a few mouthfuls of the food, he felt that the gold coins were well spent. Is this fake or real? Snade poured a small cup of high-strength alcohol into his mouth and swallowed it into the combustion chamber. 2 clouds of steam spurted out from the exhaust pipe on top of his head, making a humming sound. He's indeed a powerful god. His mighty power is really beyond the imagination of mortals. Among Keyes' companions, the steampunk Demolik, as a legendary spellcaster, had his own speculations about all the changes at this time, but he was also powerless to change his own situation. In fact, in this game of Overlord's Glory by Stim, except for him, the god who operated the game. Only those commanders who had the general flag had the ability to change the situation of the game. Although Keyes was only the commander of the servant army, he did have his own general flag, so he wanted to control the fate of himself and his companions. I exchanged for these foods. Keyes chose to be frank and explained in detail to everyone. All of us are currently forced to enter a game started by a god. Every choice here costs some gold coins, but it's also possible to get more. The establishment of Boom Town and the properties that Brew reclaimed have created a source of income for us. If we were the only ones in the game, the income would be enough. But now, we are facing more pressure, whether it is the Tyrant Worm, the Bator Expeditionary Force, or the Megalosaurus Legion. They will all compete with us. Furthermore, this kind of competition cannot be compromised. Only by obtaining the final victory can we leave the game. Following his orderly narration, everyone in the audience room more or less understood what was going on after listening to him. It seems that we have quite a lot of gold coins. Keyes, what else did you exchange for? The one who spoke was Peru. He was the most logical of the three ogre brothers. After all, you can exchange something so important for a pile of food. Keyes shrugged and said with a smile, "Gold coins in the game don't need to be stored. Spending them is a more reasonable way to use them." There was no doubt that this was the experience of playing games in his previous life. Apart from using cheats, only by spending money and working hard could a player quickly become stronger. Moreover, spending money was actually more in line with the philosophy of the game operators. After all, they also needed to earn money through sponsored partnerships. In fact, the feast that Keyes exchanged for gold coins had a special name in the exchange list provided by Stim. This feast was called the Feast of Prosperity. The Feast of Prosperity was similar to the Feast of Heroes that the mages could cast. However, eating it not only filled one's stomach, but also boosted one's morale. Although Keyes still did not understand the function of morale, he knew that it was a kind of buff from the name alone. Presumably, it would be beneficial for the upcoming fierce battle. Apart from this food, I also exchanged for some other things with the gold coins. Keyes conjured many things out of thin air. For example, the mysterious fog, the eye of true vision, the map of the neutral wild monsters, the upgrade blueprint of the shop, and so on. He held an empty gooseneck bottle and gestured to it. Then he continued, "Due to the rarity of this mysterious fog, I've already exchanged for all 3 bottles that can be exchanged. The others will have to wait for another 3 days to pass the cool-down period if they want to exchange for more. I'll use a bottle of the mysterious fog. For the next 10 hourglasses, Boomtown cannot be detected or found." After listening to Keyes, the desert elf in charge of Boomtown security was the first to ask, "Now that we're in a state of combat readiness, who is going to attack Boomtown?" As the former Salem tribe's chief warrior, his past tribal war experience made him very sensitive to the behavior of shielding the battlefield. He could easily determine that a great battle was about to break out in Boomtown. After Brock said this, the 3 ogre brothers, the paladin Jensen, and the half-lich Snade naturally understood the reason behind it. But the Bartho Expeditionary Legion and the Megalosaurus Legion are the main forces of the war. Their campsites are also closer to the front lines. Does the Tyrant Worm have the ability to take down 2 legions in 10 hourglasses? Snade raised a question. The bloody battle in the Acid Fog Canyon had lasted for 2 years. Although the Bartho camp could not be considered to have won, they did have the advantage and had always suppressed the Tyrant Worm's forces. If the Tyrant Worm had the ability to take down 2 legions in 10 hourglasses, then why was this demon lord retreating in defeat? To be honest, Snade's question hit the nail on the head and pointed to the root cause of this matter. I'm not sure about the situation of the Megalosaurus Legion for the time being. Keyes tried to concisely explain a fact that even he did not believe. But the Batsu devil, because of the huge number of legions, should be unable to make ends meet. According to the rules of the Overlord's glory, they have to occupy new territories to earn more gold coins. You mean the enemy we're facing is the Bartho Expeditionary Legion? Snade asked in disbelief. Not to that extent. Most of the Batsu commanders think that it's more convenient to occupy the territories of their colleagues. They don't care about Boomtown with its servant legions. Keyes replied earnestly. Only 2 or 3 Bartho companies are searching for Boomtown in the mysterious fog. They're the real enemy we're facing. Chapter 389. In the Boomtown of the Acid Fog Canyon, the alarm bell had been ringing for 3 hourglasses. Everyone knew that war was coming. Today, we will fight side by side. Jason, the sacred samurai, was appointed as the captain of the assault team by Keyes. Before going to the ambush location to wait for orders, he gathered the team and gave a speech according to his past habit. Fight side by side. A barbarian who was assigned to the assault team glanced at his companion beside him. It was a gray dwarf who was covered in plate armor. I don't think that's possible. As if he was amused by his own clumsy joke, the barbarian kept laughing until he felt a chill in his knees. The gray dwarf rubbed his axe and said coldly, "Don't worry, kid. I'll find time to cut you to a suitable size." Fortunately, Jason, who was giving a speech, noticed the commotion and used a stern look to eliminate the possible internal conflict that might erupt. That's the only way, the sacred samurai thought, helplessly. After all, he also understood that he was leading a group of villains. In Boomtown, while the servant army from the other dimension was preparing for battle, the 2 companies of Batsu Devil had already discovered each other's traces in the fog of trickery outside the city. Without a doubt, the 2 demon commanders with ulterior motives immediately gave the order to attack their comrades. After a fierce battle, a team of steel demons finally won due to their advantage in numbers. As the commander of the winning team, when the steel demon captain personally took off the head of the barbed devil captain, he also got his wish to obtain the other party's general flag. The 2 companies merged into one, and after obtaining all the gold coins of the other party, the steel demon captain was pleasantly surprised to find that he could finally purchase some resources that were beneficial to him on the exchange list. "Do you want to purchase vision dust?" He hurriedly chose to confirm. After spending a total of 100 gold coins, a small flask appeared in the steel demon captain's hand. He shook the flask in his hand, looked at the fine sand inside, and opened the cork according to the instructions. With a soft poof, the vision dust in the flask floated out the moment the flask's cork was opened. The fog of mystery, which originally blocked their vision and prevented them from using spells, quickly melted like snow under the sun. So it's already so close. The Steel Fiend captain looked up and saw the towering city walls nearby. The country bumpkin garrisons on the walls entered his eyes. He hurriedly ordered, "Our target is Boomtown. Depart immediately. We will rest and reorganize in this town today." Whether it was Steel Demon's subordinates or the newly recruited Barb Demons, they were overjoyed when they heard their superiors' orders. Although the combined strength of the 2 companies was nothing compared to the previous attacks of the Bator Legion, the enemy was not the dangerous demons of Tana Ri fighting against a group of bumpkins from another plane. It would not be easy for them to lose even if they wanted to. Victory for the demons, be it in the past or now, was very meaningful. In the small skirmish that had erupted just now, other than the Steel Fiend captain, many of the steel demons felt that their bodies were about to level up after they won. Originally, this was an opportunity that could only be obtained by the devils of Batsu in the bloodiest and most tragic battlefields. But now, A small skirmish had given them such a reward. If they conquered a town, wouldn't they be able to level up directly? Thinking of this, the Batsu Devil were all filled with excitement, and their fighting spirit surged. They all roared and charged toward Boomtown with all their might. Ding! Detected a surge in morale. Automatically activated morale rainbow buff. For a period of time, your soldiers will not be affected by emotional spells such as fear. They will automatically enter the frenzy state and fight to the death without retreating. Not expecting such a surprise, the Steel Fiend captain was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Charge! For the glory of the Overlord! With a clang, the Steel Fiend captain pulled out the exquisite cold iron greatsword beside him and loudly ordered, "Formation push!" This order was actually instructing the Steel Demons to use two of their innate abilities, Formation Battle and Push Push. As soldiers who fought on the front lines of the infernal battlefield all year round, the Steel Demons were actually very cunning and powerful warriors. Over the years of endless battles, they had learned many joint combat techniques. When they used Formation Battle, the Steel Demons would split into independent four-man teams, and these four-man teams would then form a unified square formation and advance step by step. Although the Steel Demons were very similar to humans, they could still move quickly even if they were covered in thick, cold iron plate armor. When they were in a formation, the two in the front of the four-man team would block the enemy's attacks, while the team in the back would guard against sneak attacks while using spells such as Greater Command or Chant to restrain the enemy's spellcasters. Once the two Steel Demons in the front were seriously injured, their comrades in the back would not hesitate to switch with them. The large square formation made of four-person squads would be seamlessly switched between the front row and the back row when they attacked, just like when four-person squads were fighting. It was like a wave. Often, if their opponents could not kill the Steel Demons in one go, they would end up being attacked endlessly by the wave. The so-called powerful push attack referred to another one of Steel Demon's specialties. When they used Formation Battle, the two in the front row would become the two in the back row. Because there was a short gap, the first time they hit the opponent, they could charge up for an attack. In the face of such a charged attack, the opponent would usually be forced to retreat a distance. This way, the Steel Demons would tear a small hole in the enemy's formation. Under this cycle, no matter how tight the enemy's formation was, it would still be torn apart. It was worth mentioning that the push-push could not only tear apart the enemy's formation, the Steel Demons could also use this method to attack city gates. Without siege weapons, the Steel Demons could continuously use push-push on city gates or city walls to gradually shatter them. The captain of the Steel Demons had this intention. Of course, the defenders standing on the city walls of Boomtown did not want these metal-clad devils to get close to the city walls at all. When the Steel Demons entered the firing range, which was about 300 yards away from the city walls, the ballistae placed on the city walls began to fire. Arrows like spears faced the dense formation of the Steel Demons. They did not even need to aim and just kept shooting. Rows of long-range troops from other planes holding bows and crossbows also began to rain arrows on the devils below the city walls. The Steel Demons naturally did not dare to be careless against the ballistae. They quickly weaved through the formation and carefully avoided them. The arrows shot by the mortal archers were not much of a threat to the Steel Demons. They only needed to raise their arms to protect their unarmored heads and ignore them. After all, apart from the buzzing sound of angry bees, the arrows did not do much damage to the Steel Demons' armor. A bunch of bumpkins. Seeing this, the captain of the Steel Demons curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 390. If you can't stand loneliness, you'll always be a low-level demon. Standing on the platform of the command post, Keyes could not help but think of a sentence in Kanini's notebook as he looked at the Steel Demons below the city wall. However, Even if the Devil Count used this phrase as his motto, he couldn't bear the loneliness. In the end, he was reduced to ashes. To be honest, Keyes did not feel very lucky at first when he saw that only a few steel demons and barbed demons were attacking Boomtown. Instead, he felt a little uninterested. However, he quickly reacted and corrected his dangerous and wrong thinking. Only fools who think they're strong will be dissatisfied because their opponents are too weak. Winners only pursue results. The young blue dragon had to choose between being an idiot and being a winner. The result was obvious. Therefore, he straightened his attitude and began to seriously examine this war that he had originally judged to be a battle of weaklings pecking at each other. Looking at it this way, he really saw something. Although the densely charging steel demons would occasionally be hit by the ballista, most of the time they could successfully dodge the ballista attacks by quickly weaving through the ranks to a certain extent. And even if they encountered an unavoidable situation, there would often be several steel demons at the same time to help their companions block the attacks. If Keyes did not know that there was no such thing as camaraderie between demons, ordinary people might have thought that the steel demons were very close to each other. I'm afraid this is a kind of group skill. Keyes immediately thought of a possibility. The denser the steel demons are in the formation, the higher the strength bonus. On the other hand, I'm afraid that when the number of people is reduced to a certain extent, this effect will disappear. At this time, the one commanding the defenders on the city wall was none other than the sheriff of Boomtown, Desert Elf Brock. Although he had commanded many battles of the Salem tribe, they were all cavalry battles. Even when Keyes later sent him to attack the Camel Empire in the island world, it could only be regarded as a kind of guerrilla warfare. He did not have the experience of defending a city. As a result, Brock didn't have any effective means to resist the Steel Demon Company that was advancing like a tidal wave. Apart from the ballista, which could instantly kill a steel golem and turn it into a pile of twisted lead skin, most of the arrows shot by the mortal archers from other planes could only leave behind sparks on the cold iron armor that covered the enemy's body. Thus, Steel Demon's movements weren't hindered much, and it walked steadily toward the iron gates of Boomtown. With Keyes' approval, Brew, who was in charge of the warehouse, and Neru, who was a weapons master, brought some hidden weapons to the top of the city wall. Only then were the steel demons forced to stop advancing. Calibrating the elements, complete. Cannon filling, complete. Loading the cannonball, done. After more than half a month of training by Na Lu, some of the people selected from Boomtown had successfully become cannoneers. They quickly reported in sections according to the requirements of the operating rules and waited for Na Lu to finish reviewing the entire process. This ogre, who liked to fiddle with all kinds of weapons, roared excitedly, "Cycle fire, cover fire, fire all the cannonballs you've brought up." Along with the rumbling, the hell scream that had flowed into Boomtown from Avernus through Bader's logistics department began to roar on the battlefield. Hearing this familiar sound and seeing the smoke and flames rising from the top of the city wall, the battle-hardened Steel Demon captain was instantly scared out of his wits. "Stop advancing and retreat immediately," he shouted at the top of his lungs, using the simplest infernal language to give the order. Disengage the formation. In fact, many of the Steel Demon soldiers who had served on the front lines for a long time had also recognized the hell scream. They had deliberately slowed down their pace. The moment the captain gave the new order, they immediately carried it out without hesitation. An archer near the battlements peeked down from the city wall. He saw the Steel Demon Company, which had been full of vigor just a moment ago, scattering in all directions like a herd of frightened beasts. "It seems like those devils are also afraid of death," he muttered. He mumbled again, but even he couldn't hear it clearly amidst the rumbling of the cannon fire. Situations similar to this archer's happened frequently on the walls of Boomtown. The mortals from other planes realized that the Batsu devil they thought to be terrifying weren't actually fearless. At the very least, they knew how to dodge the cannonballs. In fact, the steel demons were also very frustrated. Why were these bumpkins from other planes equipped with weapons of mass destruction, like Hellscream? Wasn't this a weapon that only the strongest troops on the front lines of the Blood War were given? How could this be reasonable? Of course, no matter how frustrated he was, the captain wasn't stupid enough to argue with the defenders of Boomtown. He knew that there was a saying in the 9 prisons of Bader: the truth is within the range of the Hellscream. If he didn't run out of this range, he had neither the right nor the mood to reason with these despicable bumpkins. On the walls of Boomtown, a total of 10 Hellscream cannons were repeatedly loaded, their fuses lit, and their barrels cleaned. In order to deal with enemies in a dense formation more effectively, Hellscream used scattershot and some chain bullets. In front of such a weapon, the cold iron full-body armor that the steel demon was so proud of was no different from paper armor. The cannonballs whistled past. Once they caught up with the target, they would be torn apart in an instant, leaving only a pile of twisted lead. When it came to escaping, the barbed devils had the advantage. After all, they had the ability to teleport. Some of the steel demons were smarter. They made full use of this ability of their allies. They used their steel greatswords to pierce through 2 or 3 barbed devils, forcing them to teleport away with them. Perhaps it was because the enemy retreated too quickly, and most of them were already out of range. Perhaps it was because the Hellscream cannon was too hot, and the frankincense-coated leather showed signs of cracking. After 3 rounds of shooting, Nero ordered the cannoneers to stop firing. Now, those guys are no longer under your control. I told you to move faster. The brawny ogre slapped his forehead and suddenly thought of something. He happily picked up the ebony chain beside him, jumped over the walls of Boomtown, and ran in the direction of the steel demon's retreat. Maybe I can make it in time. Chapter 391. Why were the mortal guards of Boomtown able to repel the reinforced steel demons that consisted of 2 companies of demons? The answer was simple. It was because of their infrastructure. The city walls were huge, the walls were extremely thick, and the corners of the bastions had a wider firing range. They had trumpet-shaped shooting holes, 2 trenches at just the right distance, and a parapet outside the trenches that could expose the enemy to a storm of firepower. Using deep defense and crossfire, the demons would be attacked from multiple angles with every step they took. However, there were no wheels installed on the foundation of the town. When the demons stopped advancing in formation, the advantage of infrastructure was lost. Faced with the scattered enemies, Keyes had already made arrangements for them based on the guiding principle of the general is better than the brave. When the captain of the steel demons began to gather the soldiers, the Saint Samurai Jensen suddenly led the team and charged out of the ambush. As a commando team, the members of this team were all elites selected from some warlike races. In the previous defense battle, they had been waiting quietly in the temporary hiding cave outside of Boomtown, with the help of the mysterious fog covering their bodies. As soon as the cannon fire stopped, the squad revealed their prowess and charged at the steel demons that had just gathered. If the steel demons had finished gathering, the commando team's charge would have been like throwing eggs at a rock, or it would have been purely suicidal. However, the steel demons hadn't finished gathering yet. At the very least, they hadn't completely recovered from the fear of being bombarded. Therefore, eat my arrow. The excited gray dwarf quickly kicked his short legs and ran past his burly companion to the front of the team. Following his roar, the short-handled hatchet, which had always been known as the dwarf's arrow, shot out in a whirlwind. Some other warriors of the commando team also threw out the throwing weapons in their hands before they met the enemy. Javelins, flail, stone bullets, and the hand axe that was similar to the one the gray dwarf had just thrown out instantly enveloped the entire company of steel demons. With clanking sounds, many steel demons that couldn't dodge in time were hit. The luckier ones had their armors shattered, while the unlucky ones were hit in the head that wasn't protected by armor. Looking at an unlucky steel demon with his own hatchet stuck in its head, the gray dwarf shouted excitedly, "Bullseye! I was just lucky." The barbarian warrior standing beside the gray dwarf twitched his mouth in disdain. He had taken advantage of the chaos to kill another steel demon with his iron rod. Although the assault team had the upper hand, the demons who were gradually coming to their senses were not completely helpless. Just as an evil druid in the form of a giant bear was about to turn the steel demon under him into a sheet of lead, the opponent's spell-like ability suddenly activated. Greater Command. After being hit by this evil spell that was similar to the brainless touch, the giant bear tilted its head and seemed to be at a loss. At this moment, the suppressed steel demon pierced the giant bear's abdomen with its cold steel sword. With a muffled sound, the giant bear's head rolled to the ground. It turned out that a barbed demon had used a machete to snatch the head. Not far from where the giant bear was lying on the ground, a strong Tauren was just about to cast War Trample in order to temporarily stun his opponent. However, just as he was about to cast the spell, 2 or 3 cold iron greatswords viciously struck his kidneys from behind. A crazy ratman beast turned into a half-human, half-rat beast. Although he gained greater agility and strength in a moment, he lost his mind and threw away his weapon. He pounced on a steel demon soldier and wanted to bite his head. In the end, the ratman was directly grabbed by the tail and the neck of the neck by 2 strong palms wearing iron gloves. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The ratman shifter only let out a squeak before falling to the ground because his spine had been broken. Formation battle. Not long after the surprise attack, the steel demon captain, who had regained his senses, immediately issued the latest order to everyone in the company. Kill these bumpkins and let them see the true strength of the elite warriors of the Bator Legion. Let them feel fear. You talk too much, Saint Samurai Jensen interrupted the steel demon captain. It seems that you are the leader of these devils. Because the armor of the steel demons was uniform, Jensen could not distinguish the commander of the other party for a long time after the battle began. Fortunately, the steel demon captain gave the order, and the Saint Samurai locked onto the target and immediately executed the beheading. Holding the forged steel horse-slaying sword, a terrifying weapon that had been quenched twice by Ogre Nero himself and plated with a layer of silver on the blade, Jensen slashed at the steel demon captain with a terrifying wind pressure and a terrifying momentum. You can't defeat him. The steel demon captain's eyelids trembled quickly. The combat instinct that he had cultivated for a long time immediately gave him the most realistic feedback. Without thinking, the steel demon captain suddenly activated Powerful Push. With a spell-like ability that was much stronger than ordinary steel demons, he slashed at the Saint Samurai with his sword and flew backward with the force of the recoil. As long as I return to the formation, this is... But before he could land on the ground, Johnson grabbed a round shield from one of the commandos beside him. Shield bash. Evil slashing slash. The round shield that was filled with holy power spun rapidly toward the target and hit the refined cold iron greatsword that the steel demon captain hurriedly raised to block with an irresistible force. With a crack, the greatsword broke. Due to the material of the round shield, it could not withstand such an impact and shattered as well. However, the vigorous holy power still seeped into the opponent's body. Like a piece of steel that had been corroded by strong acid, the steel demon captain's body sizzled and smoke kept coming out. Just as he was about to land and quickly dispel the holy power, a loud roar suddenly came from behind him. I finally made it. Ogre Neru, who had rushed over from Boomtown, saw the steel demon captain wrapped in holy power as soon as he entered the battlefield. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, Neru jumped up from the ground like an arrow released from a bow. He swung the ebony chain in his hand and hit the steel demon captain's body like a baseball. Even though his entire body was covered in exquisite cold steel armor, large cracks still appeared on the back of the steel demon captain after taking this blow. Under the effect of the great force, not only did he not land, he even flew a little higher and slanted toward the area covered by the mysterious fog. As long as I enter the mysterious fog, however, there was a high chance that things did not go as planned. Before the steel demon captain could finish his thought, another figure appeared in front of him. Keys, who was invisible, had already arrived at the battlefield. Tiger claw style, dragon claw. A powerful palm pierced through the steel demon captain's heart. In a pile of twisted lead sheets, a small flag slowly rose. Keys raised his hand and picked up his spoils of war. Just like when the steel demon captain killed the barbed demon captain, Keys suddenly heard a notification from the stim game. Demon sacrifice. The young blue dragon was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Magic power is infinite. Chapter 392. In view of the role of Hellscream in the defensive battle, the weapon forges in Boomtown began to forge cannons with all their might. Neru gave full play to his creativity. This ogre weapon master invented all kinds of cannons: stone cannons, lizard cannons, snake cannons, double-barrel cannons, and canister cannons. These cannons could shoot all kinds of projectiles, from the more primitive stone projectiles to the highly penetrating iron projectiles to the copper incendiary projectiles that would spray naphtha after exploding, and a special mortar projectile that could carry captive corpses or voodoo potions. The blueprints and raw materials needed to make them were all paid for by Keys. After obtaining the Iron Demon Captain's general flag, the young blue dragon received his remaining gold coins. Together with his daily surplus, he could afford to upgrade his equipment. However, the speed at which he was losing gold coins was obviously much faster than the daily accumulation of gold coins. Even Keys, who had a city at the start of the game, felt a little scared when he spent money like water. All game developers are the same. Keys sat in the command post and listened to the continuous payment successful notifications. He could not help but complain to himself. Even if they become gods, they can't change the nature of luring players to spend money. But complaining was just complaining. He still had to upgrade his equipment. After all, this was the law of the jungle that players could not change. Moreover, if he did not upgrade his equipment, how could he develop in the wild? I'll endure it. He's made up his mind. After upgrading this batch of equipment, I have to lead a team to kill a wave of wild monsters. Otherwise, I'll never be able to fill the gap of gold coins just by saving money. So, he used the last few gold coins left in his account to buy one of the items on the exchange list provided by Stim. Ding! Neutral Wild Monster Distribution Map. Incomplete. Successfully exchanged. A small map book appeared in front of Keys out of thin air, quietly waiting for him to flip through it on the desk. After flipping through it, Keys felt that this local atlas was definitely worth the money. Not only did it record the distribution of wild monsters in each area, it also listed the various living habits, physical weaknesses, and commonly used attacks of wild monsters. If it wasn't for the reminder at the end that the local atlas was missing 1 or 2 pages and lacked an introduction to the strongest monster, Keys would have thought that he might have encountered a loophole in the exchange system. Otherwise, how could this local atlas be so cheap? Apart from Stim, the creator of the game, only Buffett, the king of beasts, who was farming in the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon, knew the answer. What a satisfying massacre! Standing on the shoulder of a colossal bull demon, Buffett roared towards the sky. In front of him lay the torn body of a burning skywalker, as an important participant in the game. The demon overlord didn't bring along the demon army that he kept in the endless labyrinth. He only summoned a giant bull demon as his mount. It was just that the strength of this mount was so strong that it was a bit of a cheat. The giant bull demon was a combination of the characteristics of a giant bear, a wild bull, and a particularly large, muscular, humanoid creature. When an ordinary giant bull demon stood up on its hind legs, it was about 20 feet tall. Buffett's mount, when it was only on its forelimbs, because its body was too large, it was more used to using its hind legs and the knuckles of its forelimbs to touch the ground like a giant ape. It was more than 100 feet tall. Only when it was in battle would this giant bull demon stand up and transform into a monster that was almost 200 feet tall. Even in battle, it only needed to throw 2 punches or pick up something to throw at its opponent, and the battle would end immediately. Not many creatures could withstand the destruction of this giant beast. There were only a few battles where this giant bull demon's dark brown hair was soaked in sweat because it exerted too much strength. However, just now, when it was facing the burning skywalker, a powerful worm demon that looked like a leviathan and was hatched from the parasitic acid mistworms in the Baler's body, the giant bull demon still had to use the levitation spell to rise into the sky to defeat its opponent. Devour this worm, Ponotos. Buffett stomped his hooves to let his mount pay attention to his words. But you have to be faster. Fighting in the wild is boring. The gold coins collected should be enough to buy a piece of equipment. Buffett continued after thinking for a while. As you command, my lord. Just like the old saying, successful people always coincide with the needs of the times. In addition to Buffett, who had been crazily farming in the wild, the Megalosaurus army was also developing in the wild. Their commander was an ancient red dragon, as the most bad-tempered of the pentashade Megalosaurus. Its long life had not made it accustomed to thinking calmly. Just by clearing these worms, I have already collected enough gold coins to buy powerful equipment. The powerful Hellfire Tyrant swooped close to the ground and burned a group of calamity worms to ashes with blazing dragon flames. If I can take down a fortress, I will definitely gain more. As a powerful red dragon. Although the Hellfire Tyrant did not dare to openly support a more powerful member of the same race due to the majesty of the Dragon Queen, he had always been looking forward to the deeds of that person. If it were not for the fact that he could not bear to part with the mountains of treasures in his secret lair, he might have already embarked on the path of the Dragon of Gods. When this game had started, that God had promised, the final overlord who obtains all the general flags will obtain supreme authority in this plane and can even become a true god. Instantly, the Hellfire Tyrant's courage was ignited. I might be able to, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, the Hellfire Tyrant thought, resolutely, obtain all the general flags. Looking at the current situation, I have to give it a try no matter what. Of course, although the Hellfire Tyrant was cruel and bad-tempered, he was still a cunning red dragon. In the early stages of the game, faced with the loss of gold coins like a flood, he had decisively led his team and left the dragon lair without hesitation. He had embarked on the path of developing in the wild. Using the might of the Megalosaurus army for his own use, he had not only managed to stop his losses by continuously clearing the neutral worms, but he had also managed to save up tens of thousands of gold coins. At this moment, he had immediately chosen to exchange for a piece of equipment for himself, converting the gold coins he had saved into more practical combat power. Do you wish to exchange for Nazario's origin armor? Yes. Ding. Exchange successful. Commander, please take note. Just as the Hellfire Tyrant was looking around to find the equipment he wanted to exchange for, a change suddenly occurred to his body. Chapter 393. An inexplicable pain suddenly attacked him. Endless heat tore the Hellfire Tyrant's body from the inside out. His body was covered by a ravine that was dripping with lava. The scorching metal that appeared out of nowhere collided with the Megalosaurus's body. The sound of burning flesh was suddenly heard. The ancient red dragon couldn't help but tremble, causing its scales to tremble violently. Fortunately, the scales didn't fall off. Under the horrified gazes of the other members of the Megalosaurus army, a machine that looked like a catapult appeared beside the Hellfire Tyrant. Although it looked like a catapult, the end of the machine's long arm didn't have a groove for projectiles. Instead, it had a huge metal hammer. It was as if an invisible giant hand was constantly adjusting the machine's position, helping it to aim at the target and strike. Bolts that were as thick as marble pillars in the palace were hammered into the holes on the scales, penetrating deep into the Megalosaurus's body. The sound of muscles tearing and bones cracking could be heard, accompanied by the sound of duong duong duong. The sound of impact could be heard incessantly. Because it really couldn't bear it, the Hellfire Tyrant couldn't help but roar angrily to relieve the pain on its body. However, the Megalosaurus, who knew him somewhat, could hear some strange emotions in this roar. Is he happy? Tilting its huge skull-like head, an ancient black dragon softly asked a companion beside it in the dragon language. Many of the five-colored Megalosaurus army's five-colored Megalosaurus began to whisper to each other. They began to discuss what the Hellfire Tyrant was doing. Because they weren't commanders, although they had also fallen into Stim's game, they didn't have the corresponding gold coins and exchange list. At this moment, the Hellfire Tyrant's strange behavior made these evil fellows, who were still considered cunning and scheming even though their average intelligence had been lowered by some white dragons, think of something. Ding! Nizario origin armor has been assembled. As the notification sounded in its mind, the various equipment that made the ancient red dragon feel pain and joy disappeared without a trace. However, this didn't affect the Hellfire Tyrant's excitement. At this moment, he was patiently inspecting his new equipment. Meanwhile, the dragons were circling around him. They were also inspecting the commander of the Megalosaurus army. "This is unbelievable," the ancient red dragon muttered to itself. Unlike the enchanted equipment he had in the past, which he had shelved because they were too useless, this Nethario armor was a treasure that was made for dragons. The origin substance armor plates, which were much tougher than the ancient red dragon's dragon scales, gave the Hellfire Tyrant more complete protection. At the same time, the energy contained within the origin substance made him feel as if he could fight against an ancient red dragon. The Hellfire Tyrant seemed to have understood something. He landed on the ground and gently scratched the ground with his dragon claws. Large cracks quickly appeared on the ground of the acid fog canyon. He could feel the lava churning in the Earth's core, as if it was waiting for his next order. Fission of the Earth. Because he discovered a hidden ability of the origin substance armor, the Hellfire Tyrant became more and more excited. "I've learned a new skill. It's a good time to find some demons to test its power." His huge tail slammed heavily on the ground, making a rumbling sound to attract the attention of the dragons. "Everyone, rise into the air and follow me to kill the demons." After speaking, without waiting for the other Megalosaurus to react, the Hellfire Tyrant suddenly leaped into the sky, spread his wings, and shot into the distance. Since the commander had set off, the Megalosaurus naturally followed behind. However, the Hellfire Tyrant, who left excitedly, didn't know that in the team behind him, there was a young Megalosaurus looking at him with envy and jealousy. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. I can replace him, but not today, because they could fly. Most of the time, the Megalosaurus army was able to arrive at the battlefield extremely quickly, because the acid fog plane wasn't very large. Even if they had almost carried out the operation to attack the Broken Cliff Demon Lord's palace, the Megalosaurus army would only need to fly for half a day, at most according to the plan. However, under the leadership of the Hellfire Tyrant, they were able to follow the trail of the pale green sun for an entire day. Although the Megalosaurus army would occasionally rest for a while to kill the demon worms scattered around and devour some food, the Hellfire Tyrant gave the Hellfire Tyrant a lot of time. However, most of the time, the Hellfire Tyrant only gave the giant dragons a little time to eat. It was only enough to ensure that they swallowed the food in one gulp. Then it would take the lead and rush to the next target. If the other Megalosaurus had the qualifications to exchange for the neutral monster distribution map incomplete, they would realize that the Hellfire Tyrant's route was actually very methodical. It not only took into account the gathering points of the smaller monsters, but also headed straight for the monster community with the highest reward on the map. At the same time, it was also an important stronghold of the Hellfire Tyrant. It was the creation laboratory where the Hellfire Tyrant created the cataclysmic worm colony and the sky-burning walker. Moreover, the neutral monster distribution map, incomplete, didn't mention that this was the place where the Hellfire Tyrant was born. The former demon lord of the Acid Fog Canyon Plain, Tamher, had created the terrifying Hellfire Tyrant here. After a long journey, under the lead of the ancient red dragon, the Megalosaurus finally arrived at this hidden valley between the mountains. However, what surprised the Hellfire Tyrant and angered him at the same time was that someone had arrived here before him. Moreover, the other party attacked first as soon as they met. With a whoosh, a huge rock the size of a young Megalosaurus shot out from the ground with boundless power. Even with the origin armor on his body, the Hellfire Tyrant wasn't arrogant enough to take such an attack head-on. He dodged nimbly, and the huge rock flew past him. However, it hit one of the members of the Megalosaurus army behind him. Like a clap of thunder, the huge rock exploded on the body of an old white dragon. The sudden force not only smashed the old white dragon's face, but also twisted his neck into an unnatural shape. In just one exchange, the Megalosaurus army had lost members. Ponators, you have infinite strength. A deafening battle cry sounded. The gigantic bull demon, which had disguised itself as a mountain and was hiding under the group of dragons, rose into the air. Under the effect of the levitation spell, this huge monster directly pounced on the group of dragons and caught an adult blue dragon that was flying too low. Without thinking, he directly used his horns to pierce through the Megalosaurus's abdomen. Then, he grabbed the Megalosaurus's neck and tail with his two hands. With a hiss, the adult blue dragon's dying cry was heard. The Megalosaurus's body was torn into two from the middle. Blazing dragon blood that emitted electric arcs rained down from Ponator's head and instantly covered his entire body. At this moment, this gigantic bull demon was like a demon god. He raised his head and roared angrily, causing the dragons to scatter in all directions. Chapter 394. Attack with your breath. Seeing the Megalosaurus army that was like a startled bird, the Hellfire Tyrant was displeased and couldn't help but shout angrily. Seeing such a huge Megalosaurus demon, although he was shocked, he wasn't particularly worried. After all, the Megalosaurus was a magical creature. Even if it couldn't defeat its opponent in physical combat, it still had many spells at its disposal. What really made the Hellfire Tyrant fearful was the strange creature that was leisurely watching the Megalosaurus demon fight. From its appearance, It was clearly a minotaur with black hair, but the Hellfire Tyrant couldn't see through it, especially when it looked at the Megalosaurus demon, as if it was looking at its own pet. Although the Megalosaurus demon and the Minotaur had similar appearances, the former was usually several times the size of the latter. The Megalosaurus demon that was currently fighting with the dragons in the sky was probably a few hundred times the size of the Minotaur that was watching the battle. Unless, after a long life, the ancient red dragon still knew many secrets that ordinary creatures shouldn't know. He guessed who the Minotaur that was watching the battle was, or rather, what it was. Damn it, isn't this the Helminth Tyrant's creation lab? Why is there a beast lord here? I am Buffett. The loud soul language shook the Hellfire Tyrant's brain, and at the same time confirmed his guess. Without any hesitation, he decisively gathered all the strength in his body and spat out a dragon's breath in the direction of Buffett. Due to the enhancement of the Nazario origin armor, the ancient red dragon's breath was exceptionally hot and as thick as lava. At the same time, he pointed his sharp claws into the distance. Fission of the earth. After using the skill that came with his newly exchanged equipment, the Hellfire Tyrant didn't hope to heavily injure his opponent. He only hoped to buy some time. The black-haired Buffett, which was actually just a clone, didn't dodge the attack and took it head-on. In his left hand, he held a machete that was shaped like a frost blade, and in his right hand, he held a metal box. The ancient red dragon's breath completely drowned Buffett's body, and at the same time, the force of impact tried to push this terrifying minotaur into the depths of the torn earth. 3, 2, 1. The beast monarch counted silently. Not long ago, he had used the gold coins he obtained from farming to exchange for a new item from Stim's exchange list. It really is immune to magic damage. Buffymont rubbed the metal box in his right hand as he secretly calculated. Unfortunately, this Black Emperor's box has a time limit. Otherwise, with this magic immunity effect, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an artifact. After testing the equipment he had exchanged, he confirmed that its functions were indeed as described in the list. On top of that, the Black Emperor's casket was on cooldown for a long time. It would take about 5 hourglasses to accumulate energy before it could be used again. Thus, Buffett waved the machete in his hand, shattering the half-solidified lava in front of him, one by one. Seeing his opponent's actions, the Hellfire Tyrant hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he tried to use the dimensional anchor to restrict the Beast Monarch and prevent him from suddenly using the advanced teleportation spell to ambush him. Not far away, facing the Megalosaurus army members who had recovered from their shock, the giant bull demon Bonators, who was charging alone, was showing signs of defeat even though he was strong. He was constantly dodging. It's better to break one finger than to injure all 5. The Hellfire Tyrant understood the essence of this saying. Thus, while pretending to retreat into the group of dragons, he secretly threw an inconspicuous ruby at the giant bull demon. Gem Leap. As the spell was cast successfully, the ancient red dragon suddenly appeared behind the giant bull demon. This spell was even more covert than the teleportation spell, except that the cost of using it once was a little high. It required the use of a ruby of the best quality as a casting material. Enduring the pain in his heart, the Hellfire Tyrant used the spell to ambush the giant bull demon. Naturally, he wouldn't let this despicable giant bull demon off so easily. As an ancient red dragon, his body was only slightly smaller than Bonator's. His sharp dragon claws dug into the bulging muscles on his opponent's back, and his dragon wings kept hitting his opponent's head. What was more fatal was that he had already opened his bloody mouth and aimed at Bonator's neck, ready to bite down at any time. What are you waiting for? Come down and help me. The Hellfire Tyrant roared in dragon language. Quickly finish off this giant bull demon we still have a big, troublesome reptile. Buffett, who had been hit by the dimensional anchor spell, had just used the advanced teleportation spell on himself. As a gray mist floated out of his body, the demon lord obtained the spell-like ability to use the advanced teleportation spell at will again. The beast monarch appeared behind the ancient red dragon. There were more than a dozen five-colored megalosaurus that had just listened to the Hellfire Tyrant's orders. They forcefully spread their wings and stopped their dive. They chose a safer method, using all kinds of breaths to attack Buffett, who had suddenly appeared behind the ancient red dragon. In an instant, ice, fire, acid, and lightning all appeared behind the Hellfire Tyrant. Luckily, he was equipped with the origin armor. Otherwise, the friendly fire from the friendly fire might have been able to severely injure this ancient red dragon. Facing the bombardment of the dragon's breaths, the blade of Buffett's machete suddenly became wider and thicker, standing in front of him like a shield. His hooves stomped heavily on the Hellfire Tyrant's back, and 2 to 3 pieces of the origin armor instantly exploded. Face your fate, reptile! Buffett, who had leaped up, arrived in front of the old green dragon, like a cannonball. Cleave, the giant machete, slashed across the green dragon's 2 eyes. In the blink of an eye, a large dragon head was split into 2. Seeing this, the old green dragon's mate rushed towards Buffett like a madman, shooting out a strong acid from her mouth. The beast monarch snorted coldly and pulled out his machete to block. Then, using the machete to cover his body, he suddenly activated a high-level teleportation spell. A large fist was ruthlessly imprinted on the Megalosaurus's skull. Scales and bone fragments flew everywhere. As if he was spitting, Buffett spat out a stream of water from his mouth, directly hitting the hole in the Megalosaurus's skull. The water, which was full of negative energy, seeped into the brain of the Megalosaurus. A strange white haze instantly appeared in her eyes. Her body twisted unnaturally, and she fell straight to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the machete flew back into Buffett's hand. Wherever the blade pointed, the dragons would look askance. The Hellfire Tyrant, who was hiding behind the giant bull demon Bonators, widened his eyes and looked at the demon lord, who was looking down on the dragons. He suddenly felt that he had made a wrong decision. Chapter 395. When mortals were afraid of someone or something, they would usually take some action to dispel this fear. The Megalosaurus were no exception. However, when facing a demon lord, whether these actions would be effective or not was debatable. Anchor him. Don't let him use advanced teleportation. Some of the more knowledgeable and experienced 5-colored Megalosaurus, such as some adult or older blue dragon, loudly reminded while they used dimensional anchors. Of course, Buffett could use spells like Greater Dispel Spell at will, but when faced with multiple directional spells that appeared at the same time, he couldn't help but be hit. Seeing this, the Hellfire Tyrant, who knew that he couldn't avoid this, also threw his emotions to the back of his mind. The irascible red dragon nature took over the high ground of rationality in his mind. Withering spell. Along the ancient red dragon's sharp claws, energy filled with the aura of death flowed out crazily and smoothly into the giant bull demon's knotted back muscles. The huge Tana reed demon instantly roared in pain. The muscles on his back rapidly dehydrated and withered in a sickly state. To Ponteos, he couldn't remember when was the last time he suffered such serious injuries. His bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Blood vessels appeared in the whites of his eyes, and hot steam spewed out from his nostrils. Die! Ponteos swung his thick neck and used the sharp horns on his head to stab the enemy's chest on his back. Although the Hellfire Tyrant reacted quickly and pulled out his claws in time, the giant bull demon's horns still scraped his origin armor. A teeth-numbing screech sounded. Fortunately, he had exchanged for the origin armor. Otherwise, the ancient red dragon would have been cut open. However, because he lost the protection of his muscles, the giant bull demon used brute force to attack, causing his spine to be severely damaged. Several vertebrae on his back were already twisted in an abnormal manner. It was as if the slightest movement would cause them to break apart. But in reality, as a Tana re-demon with rapid healing abilities and an extremely high physique, the giant bull demon's injuries were already slowly healing. Even the corrosive effect of the withering spell couldn't stop this process. However, how could the Hellfire Tyrant let him off so easily? The ancient red dragon had become an outstanding tactician after many years of experience leading armies in battle. He naturally understood that when facing a strong enemy, the wisest choice was to quickly and thoroughly eliminate the enemy's strength. Blazing flames spewed out from the Hellfire Tyrant's mouth and engulfed the giant bull demon Bonotaus. Like sticky lava, the dragon's breath tightly wrapped around every inch of the giant bull demon's skin, roasting his body. "My lord, save me." As the mount of a demon lord, this was the first time he asked Buffett for help. Hearing the call for help, Buffett, who was fighting the draconic horde, furrowed his brow. The beast monarch was getting impatient. Just this once. However, considering that Bonotaus was one of the earliest giant bull demons that he had created, the demon lord still saved him. Without chanting an incantation, Buffett waved his hand, and a ray of light fell from the sky onto his mount. May's spell. As the target did not resist at all, the spell successfully took effect. The giant bull demon was banished into a maze. This way, he would not have to endure any other attacks. In half a day's time, the injuries on his body would be almost completely healed. As for whether Bonotaus would get lost or encounter other dangers in the maze, it was not a problem at all. Because they had inherited some special abilities from Buffett, colossal bull demons could take care of themselves no matter what kind of labyrinth they were in. Moreover, for them, finding the exit of a labyrinth or going back the way they came was as easy as eating and drinking. At this moment, only Buffett, who looked like a minotaur, was fighting the draconic horde in the sky with his flying spell. After carefully observing for a while, the Hellfire Tyrant found that the demon lord's body would shine with a light blue halo from time to time. The members of the Megalosaurus army took turns to cast Dimensional Anchor on him, and he kept dispelling the spell. This is an opportunity. The ancient red dragon carefully assessed his opponent. No one can resist the encirclement of the Megalosaurus army. Previously, when he slaughtered the worm demons in the neutral wilderness, it brought him a lot of gold coins, eliminating a demon lord. Even if he knew very well that the other party should only be an incarnation of the demon lord, would definitely bring him a huge harvest. Normally, the Hellfire Tyrant would be more cautious and consider the pros and cons of the situation. But now he was only thinking about how to successfully become a god. This was the only thing he wanted to consider at the moment. As for whether killing Buffett by force would cause the Megalosaurus army to suffer heavy losses, it was completely out of his consideration. Use control-type spells. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, the Hellfire Tyrant decisively ordered, "Close the distance and finish the battle." Hearing the commander's instructions, some of the five-colored Megalosaurus even suspected that they had auditory hallucinations during the battle. The scene of the terrifying Tauren wielding a machete and slaughtering two Megalosaurus in a row was deeply engraved in their minds. However, due to the prestige that the Hellfire Tyrant had accumulated in the past, most of the Megalosaurus chose to listen to the commander's orders. Although it was only the first half of the order: petrification, blinding ray, physique siphon, malicious transfiguration. Spells that could effectively control the opponent in battle and interfere with their actions were continuously used by the Megalosaurus. However, none of the five-colored Megalosaurus took the initiative to carry out the second half of the order, to rush up and fight Buffett in close combat. A bunch of timid fellows. Seeing this, the Hellfire Tyrant secretly criticized. "I still have to do it myself." He pondered for a moment, and saw and confirmed that several control-type spells had already taken effect on Buffett. The ancient red dragon cast a shrinking spell on himself to reduce his body size to that of a red dragon in its prime. The change in body size brought the Hellfire Tyrant a higher increase in agility. As for the reduction in strength, because he was wearing the Nazareosaurus armor, he was actually not affected too much. "Watch carefully." He looked up to the sky and roared in dragon language. "I'll let you fellows see how a powerful red dragon fights." As he spoke, the Hellfire Tyrant leaped up from the ground like an arrow leaving the bow. He opened his bloody mouth and used the dragon flame to open up a path. With this breath, the opponent's vision would be blocked, making it more convenient for him to attack the opponent when they were unprepared. However, because of the dragon flame, the Hellfire Tyrant did not see that Buffett's face showed a cunning smile. Chapter 396. Any creature would be astonished when they attacked with full confidence only to be met with a setback. Could it be that the bull is baiting the enemy? The ancient red dragon that was prepared to use its sharp claws to rip open Buffett's throat realized that it had only grabbed an illusion at the last moment. Beside him, there was a sudden sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air, making a dangerous and fatal sound. The Hellfire Tyrant subconsciously raised his forelimbs, allowing the thick armband of the origin armor to block the sharp blade. He hurriedly turned around and retreated. In a normal battle, he would only need to open his huge bat wings to protect his body when faced with such an attack. However, he did not dare to be careless now. After all, his opponent was a demon lord, and the weapon in his hand was definitely not ordinary. In fact, this was the best decision he had made in this ambush. However, that was all. The terrifying machete slashed heavily on the armband of the red dragon's forelimbs. With a loud bang, the armband shattered. Not only that, the sharp weapon also shattered the dragon's scales and cut open his muscles. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Fortunately, the Hellfire Tyrant was very experienced in battle. He did not turn around to escape. Instead, he attacked with his claws, swung his tail, flapped his wings. Using a series of attacks, he temporarily forced Buffett, who wanted to get close to him, to retreat and bought himself a moment of space. Of course, this was not without a price. After just 2 or 3 exchanges, his body had many more wounds. The ancient red dragon that was dripping with blood opened its bloody mouth without hesitation and spat out another ball of blazing dragon flames. Because it was only to stop the enemy, the Hellfire Tyrant did not care at all whether it hit the target or not. "Attack together!" He roared loudly and gave another order to the dragons. "If you want to live, you can only kill." That might not be the case. Buffett's voice came from the dragon flames. "I only want to kill you now. If I kill all the Megalosaurus here, I'm afraid I'll attract a strong enemy." The beast monarch spat out a stream of water, filled with negative energy from its mouth as it walked out of the extinguished dragon flame without any trace of injury. Glancing at the circling dragons, Buffett said in a joking tone, "Moreover, there are hundreds of you Megalosaurus. If you split up and escape, do you think I can chase you down one by one? It's a very simple principle. If you want to live, you just have to run faster than others." One had to admit that none of the demon lords were truly brainless. Even in the bottomless abyss, Buffett, who was known for his bad temper, was actually far more cunning than ordinary creatures. With just a few words, he had shaken the Megalosaurus army. After all, everyone present was a Megalosaurus, and these guys had never had the awareness of self-sacrifice. Furthermore, what Buffett said did seem to make sense. Looking at the Megalosaurus that had become a little timid, the beast monarch rubbed the machete in his hand slightly with his palm and released his unique fear aura. Under his powerful aura, even creatures like the Megalosaurus that were at the top of the food chain in many worlds could not help but feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The feeling was as if they had been skinned and had their tendons pulled out, then drowned in their own blood, making it difficult to breathe. The members of the Megalosaurus army all involuntarily retreated, not knowing which Megalosaurus took the lead, whether it was in groups of 2 or 3, or alone. These 5-colored Megalosaurus that had almost suppressed the acid fog canyon actually scattered and retreated. You guys! Seeing this scene, the Hellfire Tyrant could not help but be furious. He flapped his wings and wanted to fly towards the nearest group of Megalosaurus. The ancient red dragon actually had 2 purposes for doing this. Firstly, he wanted to use his own power to force the Megalosaurus army to stop collapsing. Secondly, he also felt that what Buffett said just now was reasonable. As long as he ran faster than his companions, he could escape. I've already said it, the advanced teleportation spell was suddenly activated, and Buffett's figure appeared in front of the Hellfire Tyrant. The demon lord laughed sinisterly and said, "I just want to kill you now." The Hellfire Tyrant was almost going crazy. He could not help but want to give his latest order to the other Megalosaurus that had not yet flown far away. However, at this moment, the game notification sound designed by the god Stim coldly sounded in the ancient red dragon's ears. Ding! It has been detected that the Megalosaurus army is collapsing. The current state is determined to be panic. You will not be able to effectively command them. Ding! It has been detected that the Megalosaurus army is collapsing. The current camp has changed to neutral wild monsters. Contact may lead to fierce attacks. Hearing these 2 notifications consecutively, the Hellfire Tyrant could not help but feel his soul leave his body. He had never thought that such a situation would occur. Just as he showed signs of being stunned, Buffett's attack came swiftly, and his machete accurately hit the ancient red dragon. Blood gushed out from his eyes. With just a sweep of the evil shadow strike, Buffett had blinded the Hellfire Tyrant's eyes. The ancient red dragon let out a miserable howl. He had completely lost confidence in the battle. He only wanted to escape at this moment. At the same time, the notification sounded again, but this time the Hellfire Tyrant was pleasantly surprised. Ding! Health points are too low. It has been detected that you have 3,000 gold coins left. Can be exchanged for a secondary resurrection stone. Once. Do you want to use it? The so-called secondary resurrection stone was actually a tool compared to the complete resurrection stone. As the god of the virtual game, Stim had designed many similar tools in order to make the game participants develop the habit of spending money. Exchanging for a complete resurrection stone required 30,000 gold coins, but a secondary resurrection stone only required 3,000 gold coins. Of course, there were definitely some disadvantages to using a secondary resurrection stone. The user would permanently lose a part of their strength. After being revived, the user of the secondary resurrection stone would have to go through a period of weakness that lasted for 10 hourglasses. During this period, most of their abilities would disappear, and they would become easy targets for other game participants. Although using a secondary resurrection stone was a scam, the Hellfire Tyrant currently had no other choice. Exchange. Immediately, Buffett's machete smashed the origin armor in front of the ancient red dragon's chest and ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. However, with a flash of light, the demon lord, who had rushed forward to bathe in the dragon's blood, missed. Greedy dwarf! The beast monarch was very confused. He flipped through the exchange list and could not help but point at the sky and curse. Chapter 397. The pain that was enough to tear apart the soul caused the Hellfire Tyrant to stagger. However, he still persisted in his actions. Because he had used the secondary life stone in time, he had saved his life from the hands of a powerful demon lord. However, this was not without a price. The ancient red dragon's eyes had completely lost their light. Moreover, for the next 10 hourglasses, he would stay in this dangerous plane in the form of a weak human. The feeling of helplessness that he had not felt in a long time even reminded him of his survival experience when he was still a young dragon, constantly avoiding ferocious beasts. Although Megalosaurus were born blind, he did not dare to go too far because of his blindness. When he activated the secondary life stone, he was sent to a certain place in the acid fog canyon in the form of rebirth. After simply sensing his surroundings and confirming that there was no danger for the time being, the Hellfire Tyrant immediately went to work. He wanted to build a shelter for himself. According to his experience as a child, he did not choose the nearby caves because those places might have been occupied by other creatures. Instead, he found a place with loose soil and began to dig underground, digging out a place for himself to stay. Fortunately, although this human body was weak, it was only compared to a megalosaurus. By human standards, it was still quite strong. However, even so, as he did not have any tools, digging with his bare hands was quite a physical test. After digging for 2 to 3 hourglasses, just as he was about to be exhausted, he finally dug out a hole big enough for him to hide in. Enduring his exhaustion, the Hellfire Tyrant cleared away the excavated soil from the hole and scattered it far away in the cave. Luckily, I didn't lose this skill. He sighed with self-mockery in his heart. Then, he crawled into the entrance of the cave and crawled into the shelter. This cave was not big. It could only ensure that he would not be affected by turning and sitting up. However, it was impossible for him to stand up. In order to prevent being detected by spells, although the Hellfire Tyrant knew a few runes that could make him more comfortable, he did not use them. The ground of the cave was not flat. When he first started digging, he deliberately dug many trenches. This structure was called a cold trench. Cold air would sink into it, keeping the temperature above the crypt relatively high. After the Hellfire Tyrant burrowed into the cave, he lifted his leg and kicked down the support that he had set up earlier, sealing the entrance of the cave. Only an L-shaped passage, which was smaller than an adult's arm, was left as a ventilation duct for the shelter. Because this plain was shrouded in acid fog all year round, the soil had a pungent, sour smell. The smell in the crypt was even stronger. However, the Hellfire Tyrant couldn't be picky now. He could only try his best to adapt to the environment here. Luckily, this is only the second worst lair. The one we dug at the edge of the swamp was the worst, he kept comforting himself. Besides, I only need to wait a few hourglasses, and I will be able to transform back into my dragon form. The reason Hellfire Tyrant dug a shelter was to hide himself and to speed up his recovery. Megalosaurus had a special ability that allowed them to gain a lot of bonuses in their own nests, even though he had to maintain his human form. After staying for a while, the underground cave began to become dry and hot, although it couldn't be compared to when he was still in his ancient red dragon form. When lava would gush out from the cave he lived in from time to time. Even so, the Hellfire Tyrant felt that his body's recovery speed had become a little faster. This was a good situation. Unfortunately, misfortune was a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. He was blind and extremely tired. He didn't have the mood to read at all. Naturally, he didn't know that a new location had been refreshed in the neutral wild monster distribution map. Incomplete. Ding. Detected the existence of a wild monster lair nearby, holding a scroll-like object. A certain goblin-like green-skinned creature lowered his head and carefully searched according to the map. Referring to the map, he finally confirmed the ownership of the wild monster lair nearby. The description on it was quite accurate. Hellfire Tyrant's Shelter. The lair's level was burrow. There is an ancient red dragon hidden here. However, because it had just used the secondary life stone, it is in an extremely weak state. If you successfully kill it, you will obtain the Dusty General Flag and damaged Nethario Origin Armor, as well as several gold coins. The challenge level was easy. The main difficulty of the challenge was to find the location of the lair. It was recommended to carry out immediately. Looking at this information, Daramar, who had transformed into a dragon vein goblin, couldn't help but chuckle after the dragons were defeated. As a hidden general flag owner, he chose to leave alone in order to continue hiding his secret. Previously, when the Hellfire Tyrant led the team to clean up the worm demons, he understood that doing these things might be rewarded. After hunting some worm demons, Daramar finally obtained gold coins for the first time and came into contact with the exchange list. Without thinking, he used the few gold coins he had to exchange for a neutral wild monster distribution map, incomplete. When he opened this scroll based on the location of the wild monsters nearby, a new location appeared in front of him. Daramar discovered that the former commander of the Megalosaurus army, the ancient red dragon Hellfire Tyrant, had been reduced to a weak neutral wild monster. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the Hellfire Tyrant should not have much gold coins left after being killed by Buffett once, he was still the former commander of the Megalosaurus army. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, this was an ancient red dragon. Without any hesitation, Daramar immediately took action. He first cast 2 spells on himself. Cat's Grace, Owl's Insight. The former could increase his stealth ability so that he could quietly approach his prey. The latter could increase Daramar's perception so that he could find the enemy's lair. In addition, the Megalosaurus had a keen sense of sight and smell. Not long after, Daramar noticed that there was a small hole not far away that was emitting some heat. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the dragon vein goblin that he had transformed into. He walked to the side of the hole and extended a thin finger. Ice Magic Ball. Bigby's Crushing Palm. A sudden chill crazily surged into the Hellfire Tyrant's shelter. Then, the top of the crypt was blown into pieces. Daramar held a green dagger that was dipped in poison and grinned hideously as he jumped into the overturned crypt. Not long after, this guy carried a set of armor that looked a little damaged and climbed out of the collapsed ground. However, not only was the armor slightly damaged, but it was also mixed with some minced meat and fresh blood. It was as if it had been peeled off from the wearer's body. Chapter 398. We have to think of a way, Crifius said with certainty. Without a leader, the dragons will cause a lot of trouble. The few pentacolored Megalosaurus squatting in front of her quietly listened to her, but they remained silent and did not speak. So far, 2 natural days had passed since the Megalosaurus army was defeated, with the idea of survival as a group. Even if a large number of Megalosaurus chose to escape alone at that time, they still gathered together in the end. There were only a few exceptions. Due to unknown reasons, the the Megalosaurus army had lost contact with the evil Dragon Council, the Bator Expeditionary Army, and even the pentacolored Dragon Queen. Therefore, according to their respective races, these pentacolored Megalosaurus were only willing to obey the strongest in their own race and listen to their orders. The third generation of gods, Cryphia, the red dragon, was also one of the 5 Megalosaurus, and she was currently busy hosting a meeting. Her attitude was very clear, and that was to reorganize the Megalosaurus army so that they could unify the power of all the Megalosaurus and break through the current situation. However, the other pentacolored Megalosaurus powerhouses had very ambiguous attitudes, as if they were not very interested in this proposal. Everyone, we have to come up with a plan today. The silence of the other Megalosaurus made Cryphia very unhappy. She raised her wings slightly, and cracks appeared on the mountain peaks under her claws. We are all legendary Megalosaurus, and our strength is not much different from each other. If we rashly reorganize the Megalosaurus army, an ancient black dragon pondered for a moment and took the lead to break the deadlock, but his words were interrupted. There will definitely be a great battle. The one who spoke was an ancient green dragon. Its strength was similar to that of the ancient black dragon, so it was not very polite. However, although it was reprimanded, the ancient black dragon was not angry. Instead, it nodded in agreement. There were a total of 5 Megalosaurus present, other than the ancient white dragon that had just crossed the threshold of legendary. There was only one blue dragon that had yet to express its opinion. Your Excellency, Sirota, turning her head towards the silent legendary blue dragon, Cryphia asked, "I would like to hear your opinion." If Keys were here, he would definitely be shocked. This legendary blue dragon was the former owner of the Dragon Nest territory, the Thunder Duke, and the leader of the Blue Dragon clan in the Ashes Plain, Sirota. Because of the ancestral oath, Sirota led some of his descendants, including Keys, to Avernus through the Otherworld Gate. Originally, in order to take care of the young blue dragon, he had even used the method of gifting to deploy him to serve in a remote war zone. But who would have thought that Keys would be forced to participate in the airdrop operation and become the most dangerous paratrooper from hell? Since then, Sirota had not received any news about the young blue dragon until he also came to the front line of the blood war. Every time he thought of this, he would feel a little pity for this descendant who might have died long ago. He even felt a little guilty, and this also strengthened Sirota's belief that he had to do his best to take care of the descendants of his nest who had come to the Acid Fog Canyon plain. Otherwise, before the blood war ended, the descendants of the Blue Dragon clan would probably be slaughtered to the point that not even a tenth of them would be left alive. Your Highness. Sirota chose his words carefully and tried to use the most tactful tone possible to say, "I think now is not the best time to elect a new leader. Why can't we first find a safer place and build a strong defensive fortress before considering the election?" Cryphia was already somewhat dissatisfied. After hearing Sirota's suggestion, she felt that she was being patronized. As a red dragon, as well as the pride of being a direct descendant of Tiamat, she was already burning with anger at this moment. But just as she was about to flare up and angrily rebuke Sirota's words for surrendering, Cryphia suddenly noticed that the other Megalosaurus were actually tapping their tails on the ground rhythmically. Generally speaking, such small movements by Megalosaurus indicated that they were weighing the pros and cons, or even that they were concerned. As a young and old dragon, for an ancient dragon, the fact that Sirota was able to advance to legendary was enough to prove his excellent talent. Therefore, although he was not the strongest among the Megalosaurus present, the other Megalosaurus actually valued his opinion very much. Moreover, what Sirota said was indeed very reasonable. Instead of using powerful strength to deter the dragons, They had to engage in a bloody struggle. Giving an acceptable target and luring the dragons to take action was instead a more reliable integration method. After thinking through all this, Cryphea immediately fell into deep thought. She really could not deny that Sorota had indeed made a good suggestion. What about the manpower to build the defensive fortress? After all, compared to destruction, we are actually not good at building. The one who raised the question was the ancient white dragon, who had not mentioned a word just now. Usually, he liked to be called Frostwing by the other Megalosaurus. A white dragon was actually able to point out the problem in the plan, which really surprised the other Megalosaurus. But on second thought, they were relieved. Frostwing was the oldest Megalosaurus in the Megalosaurus army. Through sniffing the pheromones exuded from his body, they even felt that Frostwing was almost at the ancient age stage. Even if the white dragon's starting point was really not that impressive among the Penishade dragons, the long years were enough to make up for everything. At least, this ancient white dragon, named Frostwing, had already possessed wisdom far beyond his peers long before he advanced to legendary. In the face of the question, Sorota, who had made this suggestion, first nodded slightly to express his respect for the wise elder. Then he replied, "The servant corps used to be the slaves who had been serving the dragons food and living. Now it seems that in the current situation where the logistics supply of Bardo has been cut off, it is undoubtedly a great waste of the human resources of the servant corps." With just a few simple sentences, the other four Megalosaurus understood Sorota's meaning and expressed their agreement again. Seeing this, Sorota continued to add, "However, we have to move faster. The servant corps station is actually closer to the Bardo Expeditionary Army camp. At this moment, we can't be too assured about our former allies." "That's right," Cryphea interrupted Sorota's words. "After all, we should remember that those guys are demons." This time, after Cryphea spoke, there was finally no silence. The other Megalosaurus also gave the corresponding response. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go inform those little bastards," the ancient green dragon said before spreading his wings and flying away. With the departure of this legendary pentashade, Megalosaurus, the meeting finally came to an end, and the participants also left one by one. But they did not know that soon the remaining Megalosaurus army would once again encounter a great crisis of life and death. Chapter 399. What do you think? Delamar savored the drink in his cup. He asked his new ally, as if he didn't care. "Or do you think my suggestion isn't tempting enough?" Seeing Delamar's expression, the burnt, sacrifice demon commander of the Bateau Expeditionary Army was unhappy, but he didn't show it. As a Batsu commander who was active on the battlefield, the burnt sacrifice demon was always able to remain calm. It was a stark contrast to his boorish appearance. His wings were like a dragon's, and a thick layer of ashes and flames covered his strong body like a shell. After Stim's game started, the burnt sacrifice demon also became the owner of a general flag and participated in the fight for the position of overlord. Because he was stationed far away from the Bateau Expeditionary Army's main camp, he didn't interact with the other Batsu commanders. Therefore, at the beginning, he wasn't attacked by his colleagues. Moreover, the burnt sacrifice demon had his own base. It was said that this city was once under the jurisdiction of an advanced army commander who opened Hell Fortress for the Bateau Expeditionary Army. However, the burnt sacrifice demon estimated that the advanced army commander had probably died in the acid fog canyon dimension. When the burnt sacrifice demon took over this place with his army, although there were traces of a city, it had already collapsed. The battle-hardened burnt sacrifice demon naturally understood the importance of a bridgehead. At the same time, he raised his guard against this dimensional war. The first order he issued was to have his subordinates build a new fortress here. Due to his distrust of the logistics bureaucrats, the burnt sacrifice demon relied on his connections in the Nine Hells to build many self-sufficient weapon workshops for the Batsu soldiers in his fortress. Also, because he had a hound demon army under him, the burnt sacrifice demon also stocked up on canned meat that was a specialty of the Nine Hells to satisfy his craving for flesh and blood. Therefore, similar to the young blue dragon, this great demon didn't feel any pressure in the early stages of the fight for the position of overlord. Over the past few days, he had obtained quite a lot of gold coins by slaughtering demon worms and managing the city. However, like a miser, the burnt sacrifice demon never opened the exchange list to exchange for anything. Until today, before a certain dragon vein goblin that claimed to be able to bring him great benefits appeared, he didn't want to use these gold coins. After all, these gold coins of unknown origin seem to be related to the tricks of a god. Actually, your plan isn't bad. The burnt sacrifice demon thought for a moment before saying to Dalamar, "But I don't believe you." The demon stated the simple truth. The green-skinned dragon vein goblin pretended to be very sad and said with tears flowing down his cheeks, "Sob, sob, I thought you could see my good intentions." This is a win-win plan, but I need you to... I'll invest in advance. Daramar suddenly laughed. Anyway, the gold coins that I've accumulated should be spent. As he spoke, he took out a bloody set of armor and placed it on the table before pushing it in front of the burnt sacrifice demon. The burnt sacrifice demon didn't touch it with its palm. It only heard the notification and understood the origin of the Nazario origin armor. After understanding the various functions of this armor, the burnt sacrifice demon had the urge to kill Dalamar Goblin and steal the armor if not for the fact that it was damaged and was more suitable for the Megalosaurus. This armor was obtained from the exchange list. The great demon asked, its previous owner. The burnt sacrifice demon suddenly felt a little excited when he received an affirmative reply and didn't receive any warning from the lie detection spell. He originally thought that most of the items on the exchange list were defective items that were used to deceive people into spending gold coins. But who would have thought that the items exchanged with gold coins were treasures that could greatly increase the user's strength? The burnt sacrifice demon couldn't help but be tempted. Maybe I can try his plan. He thought to himself, if it succeeds, I should be able to earn a lot of gold coins. Of course, Commander Batsu didn't strictly follow Dalamar's plan. The green dragon, the great demon, saw through Dalamar's true identity. He hoped that the burnt sacrifice demon could ambush the Megalosaurus army that was preparing to migrate with him. He also needed the burnt sacrifice demon to buy alchemy bombs from the exchange list. Dalamar Goblin promised that he had a way to lure the dragons to a valley suitable for alchemy bombs so that the burnt sacrifice demon could detonate the bombs. After the bombs were detonated, most of the Megalosaurus would be injured. Then, the burnt sacrifice demon would lead his army to defeat the enemy. In exchange, Dalamar Goblin made a request to the burnt sacrifice demon. He hoped to obtain the Megalosaurus that weren't dead yet. Batsu guessed that Dalamar Goblin wanted to unify the Megalosaurus and become the new leader of the Megalosaurus army. But how could the burnt sacrifice demon do as he wished? Not to mention, there was a possibility that the Megalosaurus would inform the Dragon Queen or the Evil Dragon Council in the future, causing the burnt sacrifice demon to be punished. Considering that they were fighting for the final overlord, letting the green dragon lead the dragons would undoubtedly increase the number of opponents. Therefore, Commander Batsu made up his mind. If he was going to do it, he had to leave no one alive. Including Dalamar, he had to eliminate all the Megalosaurus. Thus, the burnt sacrifice demon waved his hand and stored the Nazario origin armor into his spatial equipment. I agree with your plan, but he continued, you have to explain to me how to lure the dragons into the trap. Dalamar smiled confidently, but such an expression on a dragon bloodline goblin's face only made others feel that he was treacherous. First, we have to find a suitable valley. Then I'll personally set up the bait so that the dragons can't ignore it. Hearing Dalamar Goblin's plan, the burnt sacrifice demon showed a satisfied expression. He extended his hand. Deal, Mr. Green Death. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The dragon bloodline goblin also extended his hand and held the burnt sacrifice demon's hand tightly. His flesh sizzled as it was burned. However, Dalamar Goblin still maintained his smile. With the help of this great devil, his troublesome brethren would be handed over to the blood-armored demons and hound demons to deal with. As for the other parties' thoughts, Dalamar Goblin was naturally aware of them. After all, he was dealing with a devil, so he was already prepared. Chapter 400. It didn't take much time to find a valley. After all, there were many ravines in the Acid Fog Canyon. The second step was to bury the alchemy bombs that he had exchanged from the exchange list in this valley. Ding! Do you wish to exchange for alchemy bombs? Each alchemy bomb costs 30 gold coins. Each player can exchange for a maximum of 50 bombs. The notification sounded in the burnt sacrifice demon's ears. He carefully checked his mental state to make sure that he wasn't affected by the spell. Then he made his choice. Exchange immediately. As for the quantity, all 50 bombs. Following the words, please check, neatly stacked crates appeared in front of Commander Batsu. He opened one of the crates and saw a cylindrical object inside. There was soft stuffing around the object to prevent it from bumping into anything. As if to remind the user, the alchemy bomb was marked with the words, handle with care. In order to prevent any accidents, the burnt sacrifice demon didn't send his clumsy subordinates to bury the bomb. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. After all, with the high temperature of his fire shield, touching the alchemy bomb was no different from detonating it. With a light snap of his fingers, the burnt sacrifice demon used his warlock ability to summon 3 or 4 invisible servants. These temporary life forms that did not have bodies and were completely composed of force fields could understand the intentions of the summoner very well. The burnt sacrifice demon gave a simple explanation, and the invisible servants quickly followed the instructions to complete the mission. They opened the crates, lifted the alchemy bombs, and buried them properly in the shallow pits that they dug out. After completing this, the invisible servants, who worked tirelessly, turned into nothingness with a crisp snap of his fingers. The burnt sacrifice demon held a ruby in his hand. As long as he crushed it, the entire valley would turn into fine powder in an instant. Everything was ready except for the dragons. The burnt sacrifice demon couldn't make up for this flaw. He could only rely on his temporary allies to make up for it. Under the gaze of the Batsu, Daramar chuckled and transformed from a short dragon-veined goblin back to his true dragon form. Roar! The green dragon roared at the sky. As if using his greatest strength, he tore at the void with his claws. The cold and damp air in the valley was instantly dried up. The temperature suddenly rose, and flames rose from the ground for no reason, accompanied by a series of muffled rumbling sounds. A colossal red dragon corpse was dragged from the void to the ground by Daramar. The archfiend blinked and couldn't help but ask loudly. Daramar turned his head and gave his ally a sinister smile. The commander of the Megalosaurus army in the past, the Hellfire tyrant who is now dead, and the bait that we will use to lure the dragons to land not long after. To be honest, this dragon skeleton was out of the burnt, sacrifice demon's expectations. Just from the size of the dragon skeleton, he could tell that it was an ancient red dragon, and one of the most powerful ones. The key question was, how did he obtain the corpse of that ordinary-looking green dragon? Could it be that the green dragon had personally killed him? If that was the case, the burnt sacrifice demon felt that he had to reevaluate the danger level of his partner. This green dragon was rather dangerous. Although he had 3 companies of blood-armored demons and 2 companies of demonic hounds, he could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed when facing the Hellfire Tyrant when he was alive. As if seeing his partner's fear, Daramar could only explain, before he died, he was heavily injured by the demons and fell into a weakened state. That was why I was able to kill him so easily. The burnt sacrifice demon nodded, indicating that he understood. However, only he knew what he was thinking. The Hellfire Tyrant's corpse was placed at the bottom of the valley by Daramar. With the size of this corpse, it should be easy to see it from the sky. However, in order to attract more attention, the green dragon still personally took action and processed the ancient red dragon's corpse. Fortunately, with the disappearance of the Megalosaurus, the strength of the dragon's scales and flesh would greatly decrease. Otherwise, Daramar might not have been able to destroy the ancient red dragon's body. Even dealing with a dragon skeleton took quite a bit of effort. The red dragon's scales were crudely ripped off by Daramar and thrown on the ground. He even opened his mouth and gnawed on part of the Hellfire Tyrant's flesh. Large amounts of dragon blood flowed out. The moment the dragon blood touched the ground, it burned like oil that had been ignited. Soon, a burning lake appeared in the middle of the valley, and steam rose into the sky. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Many demon worms that were attracted by this smell began to approach the Hellfire Tyrant's corpse. You better hurry. Otherwise, before the dragons arrive, this dragon skeleton will become the excrement of those worms. The burnt sacrifice demon looked at the demon worms that were resisting the burning flames and crawling towards the dragon skeleton, and reminded Daramar. The green dragon was currently busy breaking open the Hellfire Tyrant's abdomen. After several fruitless attempts, he was trying to enter from the side door. Hearing the burnt sacrifice demon's words, Daramar pulled out his head. It was unknown whether his face was burned or had some of the red dragon's intestines hanging on it. Don't worry. This is the skeleton of an ancient red dragon. Even if those demon worms drink a drop of blood, they will turn into ashes. As he spoke, he glanced at the demon worms that were wandering around the burning dragon blood. Any worm that couldn't resist drinking the blood would be ignited by the flames. The burnt sacrifice demon couldn't be bothered with the green dragon's reply. He had seen some of the information collected by Bader's spies. The demon worms had a certain probability of successfully parasitizing the body of a Baler and then breaking out of their cocoons to become a burning sky traveler. If there were enough demon worms, they could try to drink the ancient red dragon's blood. Some kind of freak might be born. However, the burnt sacrifice demon wasn't fighting for Bader's camp. Therefore, he didn't want to care too much about this for now. Moreover, he had to divert some of his attention to suppress the demon hounds. After smelling the blood and flesh, these fellows' emotions began to fluctuate. Fortunately, the burnt sacrifice demon's aura was strong enough to use his fearful spiritual aura to intimidate these demon hounds. Suddenly, the burnt sacrifice demon raised his head. He felt an aura from afar and immediately cast a spell to hide his tracks. Daramar, who was gluttonously eating the red dragon's organs, also felt something. This cunning fellow directly turned into a dragon vein goblin. Then he actually hid inside the Hellfire Tyrant's corpse. There's the Hellfire Tyrant's corpse here. Chapter 401. On the way to the Servant Army's camp, the dragon smelled a strange scent. It was the thick scent of dragon blood. This is Cryphia, who was flying at the front of the formation, took a deep breath. This is the blood of an ancient red dragon. He has been dead for some time. The other Pentashade dragon leaders were not as sensitive to the scent of their own kind as Cryphia. However, they could also guess who the owner of the dragon blood was. They looked at each other and felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. We have to collect his corpse. After all, the Hellfire Tyrant was a member of the Evil Dragon Council. The higher-ups will definitely investigate after the battle. The blue dragon Sarota reminded them. The other Pentashade dragon leaders thought for a while and felt that it was necessary. They were not the only ones present. If the Evil Dragon Council were to investigate in the future, if any of the Megalosaurus said something like they ignored the dead Evil Dragon Council member and left his corpse in the wilderness, they would probably be punished. It was not difficult to find the Hellfire Tyrant's corpse. Following the scent of the dragon blood and sensing the change in temperature in the air caused by the dragon blood, they could easily deduce the exact location of the dragon's corpse. Half an hourglass later, the group of dragons saw the valley that was filled with red blood mist. Hot air carried the smell of blood and rose upwards. The Hellfire Tyrant's corpse is here. The Pentashade Megalosaurus circled for a while. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, they began to dive down. Even the white dragons who were not used to the high temperature started to approach the dragon's corpse out of respect for their former commander. Ding! Detonation device has been activated. Please avoid it carefully. The burnt sacrifice demon, who had concealed himself and was hiding in a pit at the edge of the valley, crushed the ruby in his hand. Suddenly, an energy wave with a special frequency spread throughout the entire valley. Some of the more sensitive Megalosaurus had already noticed that something was wrong. Take off immediately. Sarota roared at his own race. Many Megalosaurus reacted immediately. They spread their wings and were about to leap into the sky. However, the dragons were gathered near the Hellfire Tyrant's corpse. Because they were too close together, they interfered with each other. A small number of Megalosaurus could fly. Most of the Megalosaurus were still unable to spread their wings and could only hop on the ground. Mass levitation. The Pentashade dragon leaders didn't have time to think. They hurriedly cast levitation spells on their younger brethren to make it easier for them to fly. But at this moment, the 50 alchemy bombs buried by the burnt sacrifice demon finished their countdown. The demons were good at calculation. In order to maximize the damage, they designed a small device to detonate all the alchemy bombs at the same time. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, flames and shockwaves surged out from the ground, mixed with many sinister steel balls and shrapnel. The Megalosaurus, which was still on the ground, suffered the most damage. The scales on its body were damaged to varying degrees. The blood that carried ice flowers, lightning, flames, and strong acid flowed wantonly and finally merged together. Some of the unlucky Megalosaurus happened to be above the alchemy bombs and suffered the most damage. Some of them had large holes in their stomachs. Some of them had their tails broken. Some of their lower limbs were blasted into a bloody mess. This is a trap. Sarota, who had just recovered from the dizziness caused by the shockwaves, quickly shouted, "Be careful of the enemy's attack." Like the most accurate prophecy, the words of the extremely old blue dragon were immediately confirmed. After receiving the signal, the entire Bartho army attacked. Don't leave any survivors. The burnt sacrifice demon walked out of the hidden cave and loudly ordered his subordinates. 2 companies of demonic hounds were the first to pounce on the dragons. These flesh-eating demons were stimulated by the smell of blood in the air and couldn't control themselves. Before the blood-armored demons could release the chains, some of the demonic hounds broke free and pounced on the injured Megalosaurus with bloodshot eyes. To them, eating the flesh of Megalosaurus wasn't as simple as satisfying their appetite. In their lives, the demonic hounds could eat the flesh of more advanced creatures several times to evolve themselves. Through the flesh of the Megalosaurus, they could greatly increase their strength and permanently retain some of the Megalosaurus talents. Therefore, in the eyes of these greedy demons, the injured Megalosaurus were simply treasures made of flesh and blood. Even without the order of the burnt sacrifice demon, the demonic hounds didn't intend to let even a single Megalosaurus go. Of course, this was only their wishful thinking. If the burnt sacrifice demon led the blood-armored demons to fight, the demonic hounds wouldn't be able to do anything to the furious dragons. After all, from a certain point of view, the injured Megalosaurus were actually more dangerous. They would become more ferocious in the face of their enemies. A few demonic hounds barked as they surrounded an old white dragon. In the previous explosion, the abdomen of this Megalosaurus was heavily injured. Although he had used his cold breath to forcefully seal the wound could rupture at any time if he moved slightly. Therefore, this old white dragon didn't dare to spread his wings and fly. He could only try his best to stagger towards the place where his kind were gathered. The devil hounds madly rushed to his side, blocking his path, and quickly began to hunt him down. Heavy fog spell. Facing the enemy, this old white dragon, whose intelligence was not inferior to any of the other pentashade dragons of the same age, clearly spat out a draconic incantation composed of 1 or 2 syllables. The air around him instantly became foggy, and tiny frost was evenly distributed in the air. The demonic hounds that pounced towards the white dragon all plunged into the area covered by the fog. It was as if they were hit by the grease spell and couldn't maintain their balance. The old white dragon didn't hold back. He extended his razor-sharp claws and tore apart the neck of a demonic hound. Then, while trying his best not to aggravate the wound, the white dragon forcefully swung his tail and smashed the head of another demonic hound. Mental retardation spell. Seeing its companion die tragically in front of its eyes, the last demonic hound struggled to escape, but was hit by the spell of the old white dragon. It stood there stupidly, and was finally smashed into a meat patty by the white dragon. Similar scenes played out continuously. Other than those Megalosaurus that were fatally injured or died in the explosion, the other members of the Megalosaurus army were mostly at ease when facing the siege of the demonic hounds. Until the overwhelming number of Hellfire crossbow bolts came, it's the blood-armored demon. Seeing the tall humanoid creature in the distance and the weapon in its hand, the Megalosaurus quickly determined who the enemy was. We can't fight it head-on. Retreat quickly. If they didn't suffer from the explosion, with the strength of the Megalosaurus, they might not be too afraid of the blood-armored demon. But now, most of the Megalosaurus were injured. Facing the most elite regular army of the 9 prisons of Bader, they didn't dare to continue fighting. Damn it! Why are these Batsu attacking us? Shouldn't they be allies? Chapter 402. Dying for Batu was an honor, or at least the blood-armored demons firmly believed in that. As the most elite conventional troop of Batsu in the Blood Wars, they would usually exchange their blood for victory in the 9 hells. The blood-armored demons' combat power was undeniable. They were equally dangerous to demons and devils, and the other Batsu treated them with respect. However, Unless they had a great hatred for demons or a great desire for battle, ordinary Matthew Devils would rarely choose to face their future path in the form of a powerful, blood-armored demon when they had the opportunity to advance. That was because what made the blood-armored demons so powerful was intense and endless pain. Every blood-armored demon had countless long spikes on their bodies, which were used to fix their cold steel armor. Those long spikes drilled into their flesh and reached their bones. Even the slightest movement would cause the blood-armored demons to feel as if their insides were being torn apart, and that pain would accompany them until death. Only battle could keep them going, and based on the principle of equivalent exchange that was applicable across the multiverse, the blood-armored demons had powerful abilities. Especially when they fought in groups, the blood-armored demons' attacks would be more lethal, and their defenses would be tougher. With the current state of the dragonflight, the chances of winning against such an elite troop of blood-armored demons were quite low. What should we do? Hovering in the air and dodging the hellfire bolts shot by the blood-armored demons, Sirota asked the other Pentashade dragon leaders. Although they were also affected by the explosion, they still had the strength to fight due to their powerful abilities. Fight them for a while, and buy some time for the little ones to ascend. Try to buy as much time as possible. The one who said that was not the most combative red dragon Kryphia, but the ancient white dragon Frostwing, who had always been taciturn. But it was not hard to understand. After all, in the explosion just now, the white dragons had suffered the most damage due to their race. Many young white dragons had yet to ascend, and were now tangling with the ferocious demon hounds. The situation was not optimistic. We'll just wait for them for a while. The leaders of the Pentashade dragons all agreed to this decision. Even the selfish black dragon only said a few words before going into action. Mass Charm Monster, Spell Maximum, Swamp, Mass Levitation, Phantom Killer, Spell Maximum, Mass Lightning Shield. These legendary Megalosaurus all used their special skills. They did not want to cause much damage, but they wanted to buy some time. With their help, many Megalosaurus broke free of the monsters, flapped their wings, and jumped into the air. However, just as the situation was beginning to favor the dragons, something unexpected happened. Meteor shower. After waiting for a long time, the barbarian demon hounds of the demon hounds, in the sky of the acid fog canyon, burning clouds appeared, and a rain of fire began to fall from the sky. Dimensional interference. Hounds hordes Megalosaura, with so many similar spell-like abilities stacked together. No creature would be able to use a teleportation spell here. Hounds. Hounds, demons, demon. Hounds, hound, demons, hum. Each blood-armor demon squad found a target. They launched a surprise attack on the Megalosaurus that just rose into the air. Seeing this, the barbarian demon, Hounds could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and chanted again. Spell Maximum, Gravity. Initially, some WYRMS managed to avoid the sudden attack of the blood-armored demons with their senses. However, when they tried to fly away quickly, they realized that their bodies had become heavy all of a sudden. Some WYRMS even found it difficult to fly. Even legendary Megalosaurus, like Kryphia and Sirota, had their mobility greatly affected. Find that spellcaster. The exasperated ancient green dragon said to Sirota, who was the best at magic, while adjusting his flying state. The legendary blue dragon did not need to be reminded. He had already locked on to the location of the spell fluctuation and was carefully investigating. Found you. Staring closely at a cave on the side of the valley, Sirota sank his new spirit and began to use spells to counterattack. Greater Dispel spell. A faint red light shot out from the legendary blue dragon's claw. He had to first remove the defensive spell that the opponent might have set up. In order to not let the opponent react, Sirota did not use any spells. Instead, he spat out a bolt of lightning at the target. The lightning bolt was so fast that it was impossible to cover one's ears. The crackling electric snake instantly pierced through the air and disappeared into the cave on the side of the valley. Along with a rumbling sound, a violent explosion occurred in the cave, and the entire cave collapsed. However, Sirota did not feel happy at all. As a legendary caster, he knew that he did not hit the target. Although he knew that this was not a wise move, he still began to approach the cave in order to completely eliminate the hidden caster. However, when he was about to reach the cave entrance, a black-red figure suddenly burst out from the collapsed rocks. The burnt sacrificial demon had been hiding for a long time, and finally found the best opportunity to ambush the legendary spellcaster amidst the dragons. This demon commander could be said to be a veteran of the battlefield. He had rich battle experience with all kinds of powerful creatures. Therefore, he did not choose to attack the blue dragon's vital parts. Instead, he used his claws to attack the blue dragon's jaw. If this part was attacked, it would not be fatal to a megalosaurus, but its vocal cords would be damaged. A caster with damaged vocal cords would undoubtedly be hit by a physical silence spell. His spellcasting ability would be more or less affected. Sirota saw through the demon commander's malicious intent. He suddenly extended his claws and clamped down on the burnt sacrifice demon, who was covered in flames. However, just as the blue dragon endured the burning sensation in his hands and was about to strangle this great demon, something strange happened. Unknowingly, a dragon vein goblin appeared beside Sirota. Due to its small size, it did not attract the blue dragon's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Daramar quickly transformed into a green dragon. While Sirota was holding onto the burnt sacrifice demon, he viciously bit at the blue dragon's neck. After tearing open a wound, he still did not let go. Acidic breath with strong corrosive effects flowed down the legendary blue dragon's throat and into its intestines. Sirota's organs began to dissolve. Just as he was about to fight to the death and kill the green dragon who had ambushed him, the burnt sacrifice demon broke free from its restraints. The demon's heavy fist viciously imprinted itself on the megalosaurus's head. The heavily injured Sirota finally fell to the ground. Fresh blood, mixed with the melted internal organs, flowed wantonly. Chapter 403. In just 2 or 3 days, the dragons had been defeated twice in a row. Nearly half of the megalosaurus no longer had the chance to soar in the sky. The remaining dragons were only able to escape under the protection of the legendary megalosaurus. Brandishing a great sword made of flames, the burnt sacrificial demon beheaded its last opponent, a legendary-level ancient white dragon. Although a battle to his heart's content would always make this demon commander happy, it was clear that this time was an exception, not only because too many of his blood-armored demons had died in battle, but also because too many megalosaurus had escaped from the encirclement. Damn it! The burnt offering demon's expression changed as the burning armor glowed red. That green dragon's information is wrong. When Daramar sold the plan to him, he only said that there would be dragons attracted, but he did not say that there would be so many of them. However, although the burnt offering demon had considered this problem, he had neglected this point in the end. From what he knew, the pentashade dragons rarely gathered like this. After being defeated by a powerful demon, they would not regroup so quickly. However, he did not know that many of the megalosaurus that came to the Acid Fog Canyon Plain had families like Sirota. Of course, the burnt offering demon would not punish himself now. After all, he still had an ally that he could use to shift the blame. The demon commander's eyes scanned the battlefield in the valley and quickly found Daramar's figure. Immediately, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Daramar was actually eating the dragon's bones, like a demon hound. It should be noted that the dead Megalosaurus were the green dragon's kin and comrade-in-arms when they were alive. The burnt offering demon thought for a moment and reignited the extinguished flames on his body. He spread his wings and flew toward the green dragon. Daramar, who was like a large hyena, stuck his head into the abdomen of the corpse and devoured the flesh, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the burnt-offering demon flying toward him. Then he revealed a smile that he thought was friendly. However, this smile, coupled with the bloody mist on his face, was actually exceptionally ferocious in the eyes of other creatures. "My dear allies," Daramar greeted warmly. "It was a wonderful ambush. Our cooperation was flawless." The burnt sacrifice demon interrupted him without hesitation. "Perhaps, but you have to explain to me." The demon commander clenched his fist, and the blood-armored demons who received the order came closer. "Why are there so many Megalosaurus attracted? There are a lot of them." Dharma chuckled. "That's why it's cheap. Isn't it good to kill so many Megalosaurus?" Flames surged out of the burnt sacrifice demon's eyes. "You have a glib tongue. Since you maliciously broke the contract, I will punish you." The blood-armored demons surrounded the green dragon and raised their hell spears. As long as their commander gave the order, they would rush forward. Faced with the situation where he was about to be pierced to death, Daramar's face finally revealed a trace of panic. The green dragon lowered his head and roared. "You're breaking the contract. I have something with you as collateral. You can't break the contract." The burnt sacrifice demon took out Nazario's origin armor and threw it on the ground in front of him. Then he stepped on it. "Of course, I won't break the contract, even if it's an agreement with a lowly reptile like you. Now, the collateral isn't in my hands." But at this moment, the burnt sacrifice demon discovered that although the green dragon's expression didn't change, there was an uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. Then he discovered that there was an extra ruby in the green dragon's claw. The burnt sacrifice demon was very familiar with it. Not good. A violent explosion suddenly occurred from the soles of the burnt sacrifice demon's feet. He didn't have time to use a teleportation spell before he was hit by the shockwave. Even though demons were immune to fire damage, the shattered steel balls and shrapnel still tore at his body. More terrifyingly, there was a terrifying potion hidden in the energy produced by the explosion. This was Daramar's true killing move. The potion made from the saltwater swamp plains' 10,000-year-old mud. The barks of the 12 trees, the feathers of the king of low altitudes, the sebum of the six-fingered, and the toenails of the monarch of beasts who knew how Stim managed to gather these materials splashed onto the burnt sacrifice demon's body. It was extremely filthy and contained the chaotic power of the abyss. It poured into the greater demon's body and corroded his will. No, the burnt sacrifice demon roared loudly. He kept brandishing his sharp claws and mercilessly peeled off his ember-like flesh. But all resistance was futile. The terrifying potion seeped into the demon's skin and extinguished the inextinguishable flames on his body. Finally, it touched the core of his soul. With a roar of despair, the burnt sacrifice demon's body was like a piece of burnt coal. It was dyed gray from the outside. Kacha! First, both of his arms were severed at the elbows. Then, his torso was torn apart. His wings turned into ashes. His head, which had a terrified expression, lost its support and finally rolled to the ground. Even though Daramar was also injured by the explosion at close range, he still took a step forward and stomped on the burnt-offering demon's head with his huge claws, crushing it into pieces. "Sorry, I didn't even use my strength, and you fell." The green dragon opened his mouth and laughed wildly. However, the surrounding demons, including the blood-armored demons who were known for their foolish loyalty, did not move at all. It was as if they had no intention of avenging their commander. This was because a small flag had appeared from the burnt sacrifice demon's body the moment he died. Daramar held it tightly in his hands. Making a deal with a demon was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. It was 100 times worse. How could the cunning Daramar not be prepared? Although the burnt sacrifice demon had used lie detection on him and confirmed that Daramar had no choice but to ally with him because he lacked gold coins, the great demon did not know the reason why the green dragon lacked gold coins. In fact, Daramar, who had killed the Hellfire Tyrant and cleaned up many worms and demons in the neutral wilderness, already had a small fortune. However, before meeting the demon commander, Daramar had used up all of his gold coins in one go. He had exchanged many alchemy bombs and a portion of Abiz's filth soup from Stim's exchange list. Now, he had received a return of 1,000 times over. Putting away the general flag he had obtained from the burnt sacrifice demon, Daramar took out the damaged general flag he had obtained from the Hellfire Tyrant. He pushed aside the blood-armored demons and hound demons that were blocking his body and walked to the Megalosaurus that was lying on the ground due to its heavy injuries. Submit or die. This is an easy choice. After obtaining the specious loyalty of a dozen Megalosaurus, Daramar's body suddenly expanded. He broke through the size limit of an adult green dragon and became comparable to some old green dragons. Ding! You have obtained the title Evil Dragon Legend. Legendary level +1. Ding! The reward has been issued. Please check and accept. The familiar notification sounded in Daramar's ears again. Chapter 404. When the painful death came, the Megalosaurus might not disappear. They could continue to live in some other way, for example, becoming a phantom dragon. However, for the Megalosaurus, this was not an ending that was worth looking forward to. After all, not being able to breathe, eat, and collect treasures, living was tantamount to torture for the Megalosaurus. Therefore, unless there was a strong obsession, dying with grievances, very few Megalosaurus would actively choose to become a phantom dragon after death. Ding! Neutral monster phantom dragon discovered. The familiar notification sounded. Keys, who was wandering outside Boomtown and farming, was shocked. He could not help but take 2 steps forward. Since defeating the Steel Demon Company, the young blue dragon understood that the commander of Barthos' camp might also be his opponent. Hence, he became busy. In order to get more gold coins, he had to spend all his free time to carry out the monotonous farming. Worm demon nests, parasitized Glabrezu, stunted cataclysmic worms, unconscious skywalkers. Keys visited the monster gathering points one by one. The nests of worm demons in the neutral camp eventually turned into the young blue dragon's gold coins. However, until the notification sounded just now, Keys had never seen a neutral monster unrelated to the worm demons. Therefore, when he learned that a phantom dragon had appeared, Keys was both excited and curious. As a Megalosaurus, he was not unfamiliar with how the phantom dragon was created. The phantom dragon that could be encountered in the Acid Fog Canyon was undoubtedly the Megalosaurus that had recently died in the Battle of the Megalosaurus Legion. What obsession do you have that makes you not want to return to eternal sleep? The curious Keys turned into his human form and walked into the cave that indicated the existence of the phantom dragon. However, the scene in front of him surprised him. What you? It was clearly all of you. In the not-so-spacious cave, more than a dozen phantom dragons crouched on the ground, staring at Keys, who walked in. Because it was too crowded, their ethereal bodies overlapped slightly to the extent that it was difficult to distinguish between them. Every spirit dragon was imprisoned. They were firmly bound by several shining chains, standing upright like statues. When Keys walked into the cave, the chains suddenly flickered with fluorescent light, and with a clattering sound, they disappeared. As if they had just returned from the brink of death, these spirit dragons let out painful howls at the same time. Even though the young blue dragon had a strong will, he was still greatly impacted, and his mind went blank for a moment. Hibernating dragon, do not disturb. The spirit dragons issued a deep warning. The young blue dragon was unmoved. He took another big step forward, and without a doubt, he was immediately attacked ferociously. The first to attack was the ghost of an old white dragon. Through its incorporeal appearance, Keys quickly determined the race of the opponent when it was alive. The spirit dragon was full of resentment, and its solid claws quickly grabbed the young blue dragon. It did not look like an incorporeal body that had lost its body at all. In fact, it was indeed so. After becoming a spirit dragon, the Megalosaurus still retained the ability to attack physically. Its incorporeal body had abundant negative energy, and it was this negative energy that made its claws even more powerful than when it was alive. If Keys was grabbed by such sharp claws, not only would he have to bear the damage of the Megalosaurus claws, but he would also be subjected to attribute absorption. Although with his level of tenacity, the attribute absorption of the spirit dragon's claws would probably not take effect, Keys was not interested in trying. With a light wave of his hand, a stone wall rose in front of the young blue dragon, blocking the attack of the old white dragon. With a bang, the stone wall cracked, but with this moment as a buffer, Keys's casting action was completed. Light of Lunia! The light that seemed to come from the 7 hills of heaven bloomed from the young blue dragon's hand, making the spirit dragon that was full of negative energy extremely unhappy. All of the spirit dragons were affected. All the spirit dragons in the cave rushed toward Keys at the same time. Their incorporeal bodies overlapped with each other, converging into a huge spirit dragon. Seeing that the monster was successfully attracted, the young blue dragon was not surprised but happy. Its shoulders shook slightly, and it returned to the appearance of the Megalosaurus. Keys, who had the name Giant Skull, was now much stronger than the ordinary Megalosaurus. The narrow cave was directly broken by him. Facing the charging spirit dragon, he was about to spit out a bolt of lightning from his mouth. At that moment, the spirit dragon came to a halt all of a sudden, as though sensing the impending danger. Spell maximum partial elemental immunity, electricity. As if an armor made of thunder, it instantly wrapped the body of the spirit dragon, making it immune to thunder and lightning damage. However, how could Keys's breath be so easy to deal with? Like a torrent of thunder and lightning, it instantly drowned the spirit dragon. There was also a powerful impact hidden in it. As the saying goes, 1 man can defeat 10 men. Although Keys was not a pure-blooded power dragon, his own strength made the impact of the power he spat out not inferior to the legendary Megalosaurus. Even if the spirit dragon's body was an incorporeal body, it could not directly face such a terrifying and pure impact. As if it was continuously crushed by an invisible sledgehammer, the spirit dragon's body bulged and caved in. Through casting a protective spell on itself, the spirit dragon was immune to thunder damage, but the pure energy of the force field was as if there was no thickness, and this undead megalosaurus was quickly dismembered. In an instant, the body of the spirit dragon fell apart, and the spirit dragons returned to their original bodies. Keys? Stop it. No, shut up. Although all the spirit dragons suffered a lot of damage after being separated from their condensed form, some of the stronger ones regained their consciousness. When it saw the iconic giant head of the young blue dragon, as if it had an epiphany, the spirit dragon Sirota let out a loud roar. Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Keys subconsciously thought that it might be some kind of enchantment spell, and he almost directly used his breath again. However, the strange blue dragon shadow without horns suddenly appeared on its head, and the young blue dragon shut its mouth in shock. With a gulp, Keys swallowed his saliva and suppressed the breath that had already surged to his throat. He stared at the spirit dragon in front of him. "Your Excellency Sirota, how did you—" At this moment, the familiar notification sounded again. Ding! Subduing the spirit dragons with strength, gaining the fear of all the spirit dragons. You can choose to recruit it. After thinking for a while, Keys chose to confirm. After all, Sirota had treated him well in the past, and the young blue dragon knew how to be grateful. There was no need to exterminate the other party for a few gold coins. Moreover, with Sirota's strength and the fact that he was in the Megalosaurus army, he had now fallen and become a spirit dragon. There must be something hidden. In this strange game, Keys felt that he had to find out what had happened recently, and the news that Sirota had told him was indeed a long story. Chapter 405. So, the Megalosaurus army has been defeated, and there's a traitor among them. He's allied with the devils. After listening to Sirota's narration, Keys could not help but ask, "That's a green dragon. His name is Dalamar." The one who spoke was not Sirota, but another legendary Megalosaurus that fell in the ambush, the ancient white dragon Frostwing. Hearing the explanation of this old senior, Keys first nodded slightly to express his respect for the legendary Megalosaurus. Then he fell into deep thought. Judging from the current situation, the Megalosaurus army that originally belonged to Bader's camp had most likely been reduced to the role of neutral wild monsters. In the eyes of those red-eyed greater devils and demon lords, they were simply walking bags of gold coins. In order to verify his guess, Keys opened the neutral wild monsters distribution map, incomplete. There was indeed a lot of new information on it. Those arrogant Megalosaurus were now gathered together in 2s and 3s. They did not even dare to stay with too many of their kind for fear of being betrayed. They could only form small groups, and these groups were the neutral wild monsters that were refreshed. Closing the scroll in his hand, Keys felt that the current situation had become confusing. The acid fogworms that were supposed to be the main force of the demon camp in the Acid Fog Canyon were now mostly neutral wild monsters. The tyrant worm that had successfully become a god was now nowhere to be found. Instead, the king of beasts on the 600th floor of the abyss was carrying the banner of the demon camp. The devils from the 9 prisons of Bader, under the leadership of various commanders, were fighting among themselves. There was also an unknown green dragon that seemed to have become an overlord by betraying the Megalosaurus army. The current Acid Fog Canyon plain had become a mess because of the Dwarf Gods game. It could not be cut, and it was a mess. The only thing the young blue dragon could rely on was nothing more than his companions and Boomtown that was firmly in his hands. Maybe there are these spirit dragons, Keys suddenly thought. Recruiting neutral wild monsters is probably also a way to fight for the ultimate overlord. In fact, from a certain perspective, his guess was correct. The reason why Stim spent so much effort to set up such a game that encompassed the entire plane was not only to fulfill his contract with the tyrant worm, but also to test the game. Overlord's Glory was the latest masterpiece of the god of virtual games. Its biggest feature was its extremely high degree of freedom. The gold coins collected by all participants could be used to increase their own strength or to develop their own forces. Every choice would have an unknown effect on the participants. Even Stim could not control the final direction of these choices. To put it simply, Keyes had recruited the spirit dragon, which had turned into a neutral wild monster. It could be considered as expanding his own forces. Furthermore, the expansion of his own forces would help him fight for the position of Overlord. Thus, his actions were tacitly approved by Stim. Keyes came to a realization. He brought the spirit dragons, led by Sorota and Frostwing, back to Boomtown. Immediately, he began to spend the gold coins. If he only worked hard but did not spend, he would never be able to become strong. Although this was not something to look forward to, the truth was the truth. The gold coins that he had accumulated over the past few days were all used up in just half an hourglass. Instead, they were replaced by piles of materials: Bartholomew's iron smelting, Stygia's eternal ice, molten iron lakes, steel ingots, replacement gears and springs from the polymorphic demonic grave in the mechanical realm, and the abandoned multi-stroke engine in Morden's Illicino mansion. Although, in a sense, most of these materials were useless to their original owners. After using Stim's gold coins to crazily add points to his forging and machining skills, Keyes now had the ability to turn waste into treasure. The rest would require some enthusiasm and imagination. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Amidst the exclamations of the onlookers, Nera the Ogre and the others, Keyes occupied the weapons workshop in Boomtown and spent 2 whole days creating a lifelike clockwork megalosaurus from scratch. If the huge clockwork on its back were removed, its appearance would be somewhat comical. Relying only on the multi-stroke engine as its power source, its basic movement would be somewhat difficult. The deliberate pursuit of a multi-riveted steel steam structure resulted in many joints not being flexible enough. With such problems, this clockwork megalosaurus could indeed be considered a decent work of art. However, the young blue dragon did not spend so much effort just to make a decoration. He had one last unique process to make this clockwork megalosaurus even more magical. Sorota looked at the piece of eternal ice that Keyes handed to him in amazement. This material came from Stygia, the 5th level of Bader. Because it was cursed by the Master of 9 Hells, it was used to imprison the 5th Lord Levistus, who had failed in the paying the bill operation. Therefore, not only would it never melt, but its hardness was even greater than that of ordinary gems. Honorable Duke of Thunder, Keyes smiled and faced all the phantom dragons. And all your compatriots who died unjustly, have you ever wished to personally realize your dream of revenge? Although I can assure you that I will skin that cunning green dragon and pull out its tendons, the young blue dragon added. But don't you want to do it yourself? Use your teeth to tear the enemy's throat, and use your sharp claws to crush the traitor's bones. The provocative words of the skin aroused the enthusiasm of all the phantom dragons and finally turned into a unified sentence. What should we do? Keyes' answer was actually very simple. That was to let the phantom dragons reside in the pieces of eternal ice in their incorporeal forms. Then he would implant the eternal ice into the clockwork megalosaurus that he had created. He would use the megalosaurus's majestic soul energy to control the actions of the clockwork megalosaurus, with the young blue dragon's guarantee, and after turning into a phantom dragon, the megalosaurus had nothing to lose. The group of phantom dragons did not suspect anything and agreed with Keyes' decision. They immediately squeezed their incorporeal bodies into the eternal ice allocated to them. Keyes properly fixed the eternal ice that stored the 2 legendary phantom dragons, Sorota and Frostwing, into the eyes of the clockwork megalosaurus. He then placed the eternal ice that stored the other phantom dragons into the joints of the clockwork megalosaurus and covered it with armor plates for protection. The familiar sound of the notification rang in the young blue dragon's ears again. Ding! Creating a legendary constructed creature. All crafting skills of the player have been upgraded. Legend, level +5. Ding! Temporary mission, Phantom Dragon's Obsession. After completion, the legendary constructed creature in its complete state will be completely owned by the player. Ding! The player's current legend level is the highest in the game. There will be an additional success rate when recruiting creatures of the neutral camp. Ding! Legendary constructed creature has been created. Please name it as soon as possible. Chapter 406. Daramar fell into distress. Originally, in the game of Acid Fog Canyon, he was ranked first in legend points, but now he was pushed down from the top by others. As a result, the megalosaurus that were originally under his rule were now showing signs of rebellion. Just now, Daramar had no choice but to command the blood-armored demons and the Hound Demon Army to slaughter 2 megalosaurus before the megalosaurus were intimidated again. I must make a decision as soon as possible, he said angrily. Those hateful megalosaurus will never learn to obey. But even so, Daramar did not think of killing all the megalosaurus that had submitted to him. It was just that it was not out of pity. He was simply unwilling to part with the gold coins that he had invested. Unlike the phantom dragons recruited by keys, Daramar recruited living megalosaurus. They had to spend a lot of gold coins every day, and the use of the gold coins was laughably to buy food. Daramar never thought that he would have to worry about the problem of food and drink. However, even if it was just exchanging for energy blocks made of unknown materials, it would still be a large expenditure of gold coins to satisfy the daily basic needs of the megalosaurus. Even though he had inherited the city of the burnt sacrifice demon and had taxes as subsidies, he was barely able to survive. If he slaughtered all the megalosaurus now, he would not have to worry about rebellion, but his previous investment would go up in smoke. Where did this stinking bug come from? He actually dares to obtain a higher legend point than me. Did he have the great achievement of ambushing the megalosaurus to split the spoils? Sitting on the seat that originally belonged to the burnt sacrifice demon, Daramar, who had transformed into a dragon-vein goblin, seemed particularly small. But the blood-armored demon guards standing on his left and right were all silent when they heard his roar. It should be known that when this green dragon went crazy, it would not hesitate to eat its own kind to show its ferocity. It was simply more demonic than the devil. After venting the anger in his heart, perhaps it was just suppressed in the depths of his heart. Daramar rested his chin on his elbows and carefully calculated, looking at the current situation. Even though he had relied on trickery to kill the burnt sacrifice demon commander and obtained considerable benefits, Dalamar was still one of the weaker factions in the Acid Fog Canyon. Not to mention the few great demon commanders in Bader's camp, just the Tauren who had defeated the Megalosaurus army alone, and who was suspected to be a demon lord was in existence that he could not defeat. As for the competition to become the final overlord of this game, as well as the apotheosis reward that might be obtained after becoming the final overlord, he was determined to obtain it. I'm still too weak, Dharma thought to himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so helpless right now. The Megalosaurus can stop their food supply first and rely on the blood-armored demon army to suppress them for a while. Most importantly, I still have to increase my strength as soon as possible. A book with a gilded cover appeared in his hand. This was the product of a materialization of the exchange list for the convenience of inquiry. As the game continued, More and more new exchange items kept appearing on the exchange list. Therefore, Daramar could only flip through it quickly, hoping to see something useful to increase his strength. In fact, if the newly recruited Megalosaurus did not suddenly show signs of rebellion, he actually wanted to slowly accumulate some gold coins so that he could exchange for the materials needed to advance to the carving dragon in the near future. As long as he successfully completed the carving ritual, many mysterious runes would appear on his scales, providing him with strong elemental resistance and a powerful healing ability similar to the mixed Yuan body mastered by the monk. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Currently, Daramar did not have the time to slowly complete the advancement of the carving dragon. He had to find a faster and more immediate way to increase his strength. Fortunately, although the exchange list provided by STIM was constantly being refreshed, the exchange items presented on the exchange list were different according to the reader. The exchange list was all options that were very suitable for the reader's needs. Finally, after flipping through half of the list, Daramar finally found the exchange item that he might need, but the description on it was more mysterious. Supreme, deadly, and terrifying elixir. He gently read the handwriting on the book. The effect of this elixir was written on it. Suspected to be collected by a god from the abyss, an extremely small amount, and mixed with various unknown materials, the user will not have any adverse symptoms such as death, disability, poisoning, etc., but there is a high probability that there will be different degrees of life evolution, which can be used to increase strength. Seeing the last few words, Daramar's eyes suddenly flashed. He carefully looked at the introduction on this page. Finally, from an angle that a normal reader could not choose at all, he saw that there was actually a small special paragraph in the inner page. To take this elixir, it must be combined with the heart of the Baylor demon. That is, the heart of the Baylor demon is used to replace the heart of the user. Otherwise, it is very likely that there will be an irreversible body evolution that will damage the mind. After carefully checking it a few more times, including using a reading spell to read all the hidden information on this page, Daramar closed the gilded cover. He made up his mind. Wealth was found in danger. He intended to exchange for the heart of the Baylor demon and a portion of the supreme, deadly, and terrifying elixir, and use it immediately. He did not know if it was intentional by STIM, but in this exchange list of Daramar's, the heart of the Baylor demon and the supreme, deadly, and terrifying elixir were not considered expensive. The gold coins required were exactly the same as all his current wealth. After dismissing the blood-armored demon guards around him and ordering them not to step into his residence no matter what happened in the next day, Daramar exchanged gold coins for the blood-armored demon guards. As the gold coins disappeared, a glass bottle filled with a light red solution and a beating heart of the Baylor demon with scorching blood flowing suddenly appeared in his palm. The heart of the Baylor demon had a frighteningly high temperature. Daramar had no choice but to transform into the form of a Megalosaurus to not throw this material out. Just now, he had firmly remembered the steps to use it. He hardened his heart and pierced his own chest with his sharp claws. The green dragon dug out his own heart. He was mentally prepared for the pain, but the sudden feeling of weakness made Daramar involuntarily collapse to the ground. He hurriedly picked up the heart of the Baylor demon and stuffed it into his broken chest without looking at it. This series of actions seemed to have exhausted the last bit of Daramar's strength. He had no choice but to swallow the glass bottle that contained the elixir. The green dragon's esophagus crushed the glass bottle, and the light red supreme deadly and terrifying elixir flowed down his throat into his abdomen. After taking the elixir, Daramar could feel the Baylor demon's heart in his chest suddenly beating violently. However, he was too tired and finally closed his eyes in resignation. Wait for me to wake up. Wait for me to see the supreme, deadly, and terrifying elixir. Chapter 407. A terrifying low groan sounded in the commander's living room, but the blood-armored demon guard still stood where he was, motionless. Ever since Daramar gave the order to forbid entry, they had not stepped into his living room for 3 natural days. After swallowing the supreme deadly terror, Elixir, the green dragon, fell into a deep sleep right away until he absorbed all the medicinal effects of the elixir. Wake up, Daramar, who had been silent for a long time, finally got through the most dangerous period. There seemed to be a voice urging him in his consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the flames that originated from his heart surged through his entire body in an instant. The evil fire of the abyss began to dance on his body. He was just like a real Baylor demon. He twisted his neck, wagged his tail, and raised his wings. Just as he was trying to stretch his sore body, he suddenly realized that his wings had disappeared. Only 2 bulging sarcomas were left at the roots of the Megalosaurus's iconic bat wings. An inexplicable panic invaded the green dragons, if he could still be counted as one, all of Daramar's rationality. Like a cat that had been tricked by its owner into going to the pet hospital, he kept turning in circles on the spot, wanting to check carefully to see if he was still missing anything. Fortunately, Daramar found that he was only missing a pair of wings, and the other parts were still relatively complete. Without wings, I am still a powerful megalosaurus. He originally wanted to comfort himself, but who would have thought that this self-doubt would become more and more uncontrollable once it appeared? Maybe not anymore. After successfully absorbing the elixir, I must have obtained a sublimation in the level of life. Daramar thought stubbornly, but after searching for a long time, other than being able to exude flames all over his body, he did not seem to have any changes. Suddenly, there was a feeling of hunger in his stomach. This feeling was so strong that it even made him unable to stand steadily and stagger. Following the new instinct given by the elixir, Daramar pushed open the door of the living room, not caring at all about the astonished gazes of the blood-armored demons. He walked forward, and every step he took would leave a footprint of burning flames on the ground, forming a strange path in the city. Although Dharma had lost his wings, the other organs in his body seemed to have been strengthened. His muscles were stronger, his claws and teeth were sharper, his scales were thicker, and his sense of smell was more sensitive. Walking on the burning path, his nostrils flared slightly, and his mind kept feeding back the smell of food. Finally, Daramar walked to the place where the Megalosaurus was being held. Although the other party was his comrade not long ago, at this moment, Dharma felt that the other party was extremely suitable for him. He was a delicious food and an excellent tonic for increasing his strength. Food. It was as though he was drunk. However, his movements were not affected in the slightest. In fact, his speed was even faster. In order to prevent the Megalosaurus from colluding, the blood-armored demons built a prison for them and locked them up in different cells so that they could be managed separately. At the same time, this also made it easier for Daramar to move. He opened the door of a cell, and a green dragon appeared in front of him. Dharma? The green dragon, who was shackled by chains, looked at the person who pushed open the door and entered. He could not help but ask, "Your wings! What happened?" Wings. Because of this sentence, his mind seemed to have become sober. "I don't need that thing anymore. I need you." After saying that, Daramar, who was already hungry, jumped up like a cat hunting for food. He pounced in front of the green dragon with agility that was beyond any time before. Taking advantage of the other party's confusion, Daramar opened his bloody mouth and ruthlessly bit the throat of the prey. Because he was shackled by the chains, the green dragon could only wave his claws in vain. However, he could not attack Daramar in front of him. And because his throat was bitten, all his pain could only turn into a few whimpers, which could not even be transmitted from this cell. Daramar used all his strength to bite and instantly tore the neck of the prey. The green dragon was immediately beheaded. However, the green dragon was lucky because he did not have to watch the terrifying scene of the ferocious, mutated dragon gnawing on his body. Next, the other Megalosaurus would not be so lucky. Under the influence of the supreme deadly terror, Elixir, Daramar's appetite soared. He killed and swallowed 2 or 3 Megalosaurus in succession. Then, this cunning mutated dragon realized that he could not open his stomach and eat all the Megalosaurus in one go. Although the remaining 10 or so Megalosaurus escaped death for the time being, they were raised by Daramar as livestock. Every time his stomach felt hungry, he would choose a few Megalosaurus and gnaw on part of their bodies. Then, he would use gold coins to exchange for some basic healing items to keep the Megalosaurus alive. In addition, Megalosaurus had an extremely high physique, so their wounds could heal very quickly. Therefore, these Megalosaurus became Daramar's long-term meal ticket and could be eaten continuously. Daramar's body, which had been transformed by the supreme deadly terror, Elixir, evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he began to eat Megalosaurus on the first day, a bulge appeared on his shoulder. As time passed, new bulges would appear every day until the 9th day. After continuously eating Megalosaurus for 8 days, a total of 8 sarcoma-like things grew on Daramar's shoulder. After he finished eating for the 9th time, all the sarcomas that had grown previously matured in an instant and burst one after another. 8 identical dragon heads came out, and it only took half a day for the slender neck to support these heads. When he ate for the 10th time, all the dragon heads opened their eyes and happily shared the food with the main head. 9 mouths opened at the same time, and Daramar's appetite seemed to have increased a lot. This time, he could no longer suppress his appetite. The remaining Megalosaurus were swallowed up by this mutated dragon, and not a single one was left. Fortunately, Daramar finally felt that his stomach was full. At the same time, he also realized that he would not need to eat new Megalosaurus for a long time in the future, unless another opportunity to evolve appeared. The familiar voice of the system notification drifted into Daramar's ears. Ding! Detected that the player's unknown evolution has been completed. A brand new creature, the 9-headed demon dragon, has been born for the first time in the multiverse. Daramar roared excitedly, and the 9 heads raised together, roaring towards the sky of the acid fog canyon. From this moment onwards, he finally broke away from the restrictions of the Megalosaurus and became the ancestor of a brand new species. He became the 9-headed demon dragon, a terrifying beast that was born to eat true dragons as food. Even the multiverse itself had given him a reward, and Daramar easily became a legend just by eating and drinking. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.